Morning, guys. Thanks for joining me for Saturday morning craft with me. We're going to be working on the Italian ladies journals today. I haven't had a chance to play with Italian ladies journals for a couple of weeks now, so everything is kind of new to me, which I'm super excited to do because I'm dying to get them done. They are so, if I can say so of my own work, they are so beautiful, and I have loved working with all of the colors of these Italian ladies journals. All of the, I love the fashion ladies from the Godies or from the French fashion magazines or whatever. So this kit is heavily those, which I love. So we're just going to be making some ephemera today to fill them. I'll work on a couple of pages and hopefully we get them closer to the finish line. So guys, it's 8 o'clock in the morning here. It's raining again. All weekend long, it's probably going to rain here. So yeah, I just got out of bed like an hour ago and I have not had coffee or anything else because I'm not allowed today. But yeah, we're going to work on these Italian ladies journals. How are you guys? How are you guys this morning? Good morning, Carolyn. Good morning, Susan. Good morning, Helen. Awesome, guys. Well, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. I know it takes a few minutes for all the notifications to be sent out that I started a live video and for the Facebook group people and all that kind of stuff. So, guys, I will get to play with journals until noon today. And then after noon, I will be working on sorting all of the things that have been purchased thus far and then packing and shipping them. So you guys all should, if you've shopped with me, you all should get invoice either today, tomorrow, or Monday at the latest. And then all packages will leave here and be on their way to you. And we'll be all caught up. Super happy about that. All good. Raining in Seattle too, but when doesn't it rain in Seattle? I don't know. Awesome, guys. Awesome. Well, I know it's only been 12 hours since we chatted, so there's not a whole heck of a lot to chat about that's new from yesterday. So we'll probably run, it's 8 a.m. here. I'll probably run until 11 or noon my time. So about 3 or 4 hours today. You don't have to be here that entire time. I know it's Saturday morning and you probably have other things that you need to get to doing, but for the time that you can stay and you can chat and, join, I'm very thankful for that. And then if you need to run and do something else, this video will stay up on my channel. So you could come back at a later time and watch the part that you missed or whatever. I don't feel like, there's nothing earth-shattering happening here today. It's just continuing work on journals, basically heavy ephemera making. The first project that I'm going to do is to make at least one masterboard with the Italian Florentine paper, rag paper, book page, music, dictionary, whatever I'm going to put on there. But I do need to have more ephemera bases. So I want to make a collage masterboard to start out today, and then we'll let that dry for a little bit, cut it up, decorate that, but we need to make pockets today. So pockets and journal cards and tags are kind of the plan today, plus some play on some pages. I'll show you the journals. They're close. They're just a little bit away still. So they're close. Good morning, Kim. Thanks for joining. So guys, I'm just gonna flip the camera down and we're gonna get started. There's not a whole lot to chit chat about because we just chit-chatted for 3 hours last night. So let me get the camera flipped down and let's get to it. I'm so happy to play with these again. It's been a little while. And when you put a project away and mentally you're not done with it, but you didn't have time or whatever, so you put it away and you get it back out. It's like Christmas morning and it's like, oh yeah, those were pretty. I loved that. So these are the 3 journals. You can see I still have not, let me put these over here. I still have not decorated the fronts yet. I will do that. I am playing around with some images that look like this and then putting lace behind topper. I'm basically going to make a topper out of this. So I do want to put some sealant down first. I've just noticed that it's just, I feel because it's a paper cover, I would like to do that. So I'm probably going to put some sealant down first, and then I will build a topper for each one of the journals that's heavily lacy goodness with one of these types of Victorian ladies on the front. So I might pick a different lady for each one. I'm not sure, but something like this, and then build a topper around. That's the plan for that. She's just been hanging out here waiting for me to do that. Let me put that up there. So this is one of the 3 journals. They already have some ephemera that I've chosen for each journal inside of it. Nothing has been glued in yet, but you can see like we're very, very close. We have pockets with their tags all in the places where they need to go, right? All the pages, everything's done in the journal. We've just got to glue our pockets in and fill them, which, you know, it shouldn't take that long, but I kind of didn't want to eat up our time today doing it. So, you know, there's a tag and a pocket, and it's all laid out where they are supposed to be glued in. So that's kind of where we're at with the journals. I'm just showing you one of the last ones that I played with. And then we will work in the green one that we've been working in. So we made a variety of different things, you know, all decorated with Victorian ladies and flowers and lacy goodness. And so basically, we're really, really close. Really, really close. This is a page thingy. That's a tag base that needs decorated. We put in these pages. So we're getting there. So very close to being done. Like I said, just if I just sat here for like a couple hours and glued everything in and decorated it, I would be basically done with them. So that was the white one. The red one is the same way. It has all of its pockets and tags and everything laid out where the stuff goes. It just needs glued in. So 2 of these are sold already. That's why I need to finish them. And 1 is available. So anyway, we'll get to working on them. That's kind of what we're looking like. So I'm going to set these 2 to the side, and we're going to work in the green one today. The green one also has lace on the edges, which I need to do to the other 2. And I need to put lace at the bottoms. I need to go through and build my little lacy clusters and put those in there. But this one I did glue stuff in. So this one is the furthest along, most nearly done. So everything is glued in this one. The lace is on the edge. I mean, seriously, it's not very far away from being done. There's a tag in there, a little decorated ladies tag. This is a journaling card that I need to build to put back here. Just a couple little things. And this one, it has its flip outs done. The other 2, I still need to do some work on their flip outs. This is just refreshing everyone, including myself, what we were doing in here. Because it's been a minute. So yeah, I did quite a bit of work. They just need to be zhuzhed up a little more. Some things finished. I need to find some beads for the signature strings, beads and charms. But yeah, we're nearly there with these ones. So this was the August kit. I need to put some antique ephemera in each one of these journals. This is a little lace sample card. There's a big tag back there. So I need to do some lacy work. Put on my charms. Put a couple more, you know, do a couple more pieces of ephemera and decorate my pages, basically. And that's that one. So it's the most nearly done. So cute, though. So cute. You need more lace. Is that on my order? You ordered You ordered this one, I know. The other two we haven't sold yet. So maybe on Wednesday we'll do the other two. But yeah, and then obviously I'll do a closure once I decorate my cover. Anyway, you ordered this one. You ordered this one, but this is like a coffee dyed kind of version of that. And you ordered this one, Rhea. You have these two, I think. I know you ordered this one. I don't know if you ordered this one, but I sold this one the other day. And then the other two, this one and this one, we can look at on Wednesday. So that's that. Hello, Jennifer. Hello, Rhea. I don't know if I even said hello to you. Hello, Carol. Alrighty, so that's where we're at today. We need to build a master board to cut up for any ephemera pieces that I need, mostly in the other two. This one has quite a bit of ephemera, and you can see it's getting very, very chunky. So not a whole lot more is going in this one, but it does need, you know, some embellishing work and a couple other pieces of ephemera. I think the bases are laying in here so that I could see the full thickness, but it's going to be a little chunky one. I still need to do lace on the spine after I do this. So we still have a little bit of work to do in them. Let me set this off to the side. I have a pile of stuff that we started, or bases that I made. And these ones curled a whole heck of a lot. So these are little corner pockets. So if we need a corner pocket, we've got some bases of those. I did do some larger corner pockets like we did last night for the Halloween. These are rag paper book pages that I've glued together so that they're thick. I use them for like pocket bases. So we have a bunch of those. This is just all stuff that we can immediately pick up and decorate. And then we have some leftover collage masterboard pieces that can be decorated, mostly small things. These are antique ledger that are backed on coffee dyed cardstock, so those can be decorated. More masterboard pages, and then some random ephemera that I wasn't sure where it was going yet, or even if it was going in these journals. Whatever I don't use in these, I'll just put in the ephemera box and we'll save for later. That piece of lace is supposed to go on that belly band. This little, it's a pocket with a journal card in it. This little birdie was supposed to go on here. And we have these two that I sewed around. So we have some more things to play with that are pre-prepped. But let's get some Italian paper. Did I even find I was looking for my Italian paper and I don't know where it is. Let me find it. I had a bin right here. It didn't take too terribly long. So I put all of my little Italian paper scraps in this bag. So let's make a collage masterboard and cut it up. And we will use some Florentine paper on it. These are some bigger sheets that I tore. So this is the Florentine paper. And it's just, you know, like all different kinds of patterns in here. These are some of the ones that I sent to Rhonda. So like traditional Florentine patterns. Here's some that I pulled for fall. There's actually some rag paper in here too. Good to know. And then all these little guys in different patterns. Some of that's in there. Good to know. I didn't know that was in there, so that's good to know. Okay, let's do it. Let's look at tearing some of this. Tearing, cutting, whatever. I think this was somebody's order that didn't get paid for. And I was just like, well, it's sitting here and it's not paid for and it hasn't been paid for months. So let's just use it. Occasionally that happens, right? So let's get ourselves some Florentine paper. And I'm just cutting some pieces to play with today. I'm not really caring about what size because it'll go on a masterboard. And then we'll leave that pile just as it is. It's kind of smaller pieces already. If your Italian paper happens to arrive with a little wrinkle or bend or whatever in it, most of the time, this paper is really good quality. Most of the time you can kind of smooth it out because these have been folded and packed in my rolling scrapbooking tote because I took it to the hospital with me because I thought I was going to have time or energy to play with it, but I didn't. So let's start with that. And then I know that we're going to want some like dictionary page. This is super old rag paper dictionary. Let's do some regular book page. And then we have a bunch of scraps right here. Let's see what's in here that we could use. There's a little bit of offcuts from some paper, and it's basically just got some scripty writing on it. We probably could use that just to use some scraps while we're working today. I mean, most of these pieces are pretty small in this pile. We could use some music. I'll have to look and see if I can find some music. There's flowers in here. Some other book page. That German book page is always good. Here's a piece of music. And then other things, I guess. Okay. Well, let's get started with this. Now for the base, I'm going to use one of those 12 by 12 coffee dyed sheets of cardstock. And that's what I'm going to build my, my collage on. So before we get started, let's cut up our pieces. We're going to do the speed method of making a masterboard. So if you guys didn't watch that with me before, you will get to see that today. So the first thing I do is just cut up some pages. Whatever you want to use on your masterboard, just cut it up into some random sized pieces. So get all your pieces, the speed method, you get all your pieces ready first. And then you'll see we kind of approach gluing it down a little bit differently. Those are pretty pastel colorway, so I'm not sure that those are going to be ideal. We'll have to see. I might have to tailor the Florentine paper to be more pastel. We'll see. So on pages like this where it has a lot of white border, I do tend to cut that off and just leave the text portion. I don't worry about a little bit. Like on the smaller book page, I may or may not leave that on there, but I'm going to fold this so that we can cut two at a time. And I leave the line on one side. So just cut your pieces up. Get a pile of them ready to go. If you already have scraps, then you are ready to go with that. Okay, some dictionary. The dictionary, I'll do kind of the same thing. Are you guys ready for more Italian Florentine paper? Are you guys ready for it? I don't know, like I feel like we recently did it. So like, I don't know. I cannot wait to see what new patterns they make. So So let's just cut some of this up. And I want some larger pieces to start with, and then we can fill in where we need to fill in. There is a pink one in here, so maybe we'll be okay. Color-wise, you know. Let me turn my monitor so I can see. You need to get better at finishing things. There are definitely Canadian shoppers, watchers, whatever you want to say. Both. Definitely. There's people from all over the world. So we have Australians, Canadians, people from the UK, people from France watch and shop, people from everywhere. So I think color-wise, this one is also a good piece for this. Just going to trim that. So let's do some of this one. I love this paper. All right, what else do we have? If I need some other ones, I guess we'll just come in here and get them because there is a bunch of different ones. We'll see. So anyway, I have a pile. The only thing I don't have in there, well, there was some music, but where is my favorite music book to pull pages out of? Do I not have it in here? Oh, I may not have it in here. Or maybe I packed it. That's probably more likely. Yep, I packed it. So I like this one for several reasons. I like it because the music is squished tight together. And I like it because the paper is a different color. It's more white. And most of the time, people would probably stray away from having the super white paper. But when you have a lot of antique pages like I do, goodness, having the white paper is good to mix in. So there's that. Let's put that back in there. And then the other thing I want in this one is ledger. So I'm going to pull some antique French ledger and chop that up and put it in. Yeah, there probably are scraps somewhere in here that I could have used today, but I always use my scraps. They just, if I don't use them in this project, they just sit in a bin and I'll use them the next project. And like I'm cutting right here, multiple pages at a time. Let's do these ones long and skinny. Okay, so let's get ledger and we're done. For ledger, let me pull a white-based ledger. Let's use something that looks like this. I want the tone to be whiter because we have a lot of this tone. So let me take a piece of this. I made some awesome packs of ledger the other day. So fun. I really enjoy putting together, you know, packs of pages. I think it's kind of relaxing at the same time. Like I can kind of see, you know, how things go together. I don't know. I kind of think it's just another way of crafting, putting together the actual packs of ephemera and papers. Just another way of crafting. I love coordinating the papers. So I'm going to attempt to cut multiple at the same time. Let's stick with 2. This is a thick ledger. So on these ones, I'm not going to go super small. Not going to go super small. And then whatever I don't use out of this pile can easily be turned into some clusters later. So we'll do some clusters. And then I can just put those clusters right into the journals as decoration. I might leave those super big. I know they're really big, but let's do it. This one I want long. So now I have enough stuff to make like 5 masterboards. And that's okay, because if I do the 5, like I'm not going to do them all right here on camera with you guys, but if I do 5 masterboards, I can just keep masterboards forever. And then there'll be bases for other journals. So anyway, we have those. My pile of goodies to play with. Let me make myself some room here. I need to slide this pile of goodness back here. I saved some of this wallpaper from last night, and I would like to put some of this wallpaper in these journals. So I saved some of that, and then I also pulled some German scrap that we can play with to decorate today. And of course, we have like fussy cuts and all that kind of stuff. So there's that. How I build them, doing speed master boards. You're going to want lots of glue stick. And Kendall needs to wake up. Uh-oh. What's going on? Thank you, Lori. I feel like it's Christmas when I get it here from France. And I get to open it all up and look at it. Usually I don't get to own it for long, but it is fun to open it up and look at. So your postman hid your package on the porch. Well, so I will tell you guys, one person messaged me and said their paper didn't arrive and that it wasn't tracking. And I was like, well, when they leave here, they always get scanned. I mean, they're supposed to scan them when they pick up the packages. So I told her, just, let's hang out for a little bit and let's see, like, because sometimes I have had a couple packages, like very few. This is the speed method. The speed method is you just glue in quadrants of your base and put a good bit of glue down. And then you collage all at once. Instead of gluing each piece, you just build it in quadrants. So anyway, I told her, well, let's just hang out and wait. And, sometimes I have had a package, 1 or 2 here or there, where it didn't get scanned until it actually was at the destination, like the destination place. Like, so right when it was getting delivered to her, if you have something you want to cover, go ahead and reglue. So it did get delivered to her, but then it took longer. So it didn't scan when they picked it up, or at least it wasn't showing that it scanned when they picked it up. Then it got delivered to her, but it got delivered to her. You know how the box is like a tube shaped, 2 pieces. The box is like a tube shaped box. Well, hers arrived completely squished, flattened, bent in the middle, like it had been stuck in some machinery. And I was like super, super unhappy, because while her paper is in there and it's just paper, it's like, it's not going to be broken. Her paper got flattened. And I'm like, we pay quite a bit of money for shipping. And it's really, really sad when we lose, like, an entire order of Florentine paper that is now squished. It's just sad. It's just really sad. I don't put the pink one there. So anyway, I am going to file a claim and see what can be done, like, because every package is insured. So I'll file a claim and see what can be done about it. But so I think that's the reason why it wasn't tracking, is because maybe something had happened to it, like, and then they just didn't want to, like, track it or something, or maybe when they get damaged in their system, because the package also had writing all over it, like the postman had like maybe marked that it had been damaged or something, and maybe they go in like a different area and they don't get scanned right, or this tracking doesn't upload as a normal package. It feels like there's more glue in here, but yeah, I'm down to the plastic. So anyway, so I guess there was a tracking thing and it was damaged, and so I was just wondering if the tracking not being updated as a normal package would be was because they already knew it was damaged or whatever, you know, and so they just, it goes through a different process with them or something. So anyway, that happened and it was sad. And it made me really sad. It made me, you know, because we're going to keep the paper. We're not going to just throw it away. Obviously, we can cut it up and use it for collage. It doesn't matter. It literally was just bent, but it's just kind of sad, you know, because they were put in, you know, expensive tube boxes. I don't understand how they're already damaged. Like, you know, it's it was like just a tube box. I think what must have happened is a very large box probably got put on top of the tube box, and that's, you know, kind of what happened there. I'm not really using a whole big variety, but whatever. So we just go quick as we can, and glue. And if you get glue over the top like that, nobody cares. There's a little strip here that I'll need to come back and fill in. That was just sad. So we are going to replace the paper. I asked her to hang on to the box and the paper as it is now, because I don't know, sometimes when something gets damaged in the mail, they have you hold on to it because they want to inspect it or something. So for now, she's just hanging on to it, but then, you know, we'll replace the paper with not bent paper. It's just so annoying and sad. So we're going to have a little piece there that will also need to be filled in if I put that there. So let's just put this here. And then we need some more Florentine. I do have little pieces. I am trying to go with bigger though, just at the moment. And so like this one can go right here. So I'm happy at least yours was just hidden on the porch. Yeah, at least yours was just hidden on the porch. And out of 60 boxes of Italian paper, there were 60 that has already been sent. Out of 60, if we only lost one, that's still pretty good average. Like, you know, things happen at the post office. I'm not like trying to throw them under the bus and whatever. Obviously, a big package that was really heavy just got put on a little package that wasn't heavy. And so that's what happened. We just squished it. So let's do this one this way. And then you can just let your extra bits hang over the side and trim them all at the same time later. I know we're going to need to cover up this little bit here. Let's find some pretty paper. Let's see about using this one. Can we? It's too similar to the other paper that's there. Let's try this guy. I want him there. I might want him here. I think I want him here. Let me hang on for that. That spot right there needs a minute. So this is the last area. I have that little strip there, and I have this little quadrant. I think building masterboards this way is so much faster than gluing each piece and trying to like fit it together like a puzzle. And they look really beautiful. The Florentine paper masterboards look really beautiful when they're done. All right, what have we not used? Let's go ahead and let's do this one down here. One of these guys. This one is beautiful. Can we get it there? We can, but I need to glue up a little bit more. We'll just go ahead and cover this section with that. I'm going to do it like this. And then I created a weird little area here, but not going to worry about it. Let's put one of these guys. He's just not wide enough. Just not wide enough. I need just a little bit. This guy can go right here and hang off the edge. We'll trim him in a minute. And then like this. I can't tell. Some people are addicted to the paper. I get it. I do get it. It is awesome paper. I am with you in loving it. Definitely with you in loving it. Let's do some German. So I don't want this white edge on this one. So let's trim this quickly. And let's do some German right there. That's nice. And then I would like to get some purple here. We have this pattern though. Darn it. I can't put purple there now. I can put this one here. So when you layer paper over something you've already collaged down, just make sure you add glue again. So like I went over the German paper, so I added a little more glue there. We have this little area here, and we have this little strip here. Where was that little strip? I really want this purple there, guys. I can't do it though. I just can't do it. Let's put this one here. So we will cover up some of that. I don't want all that glue up there. Let's put this one here. The last little bit, you do usually have a couple little places that you fill in later, but it's not a big deal. I don't mind it. We don't have any ledger on this side. Let me cut this piece. Actually, I can hang it over the edge. I'm going to cut it, and I'll show you why. I don't want to cover up that little bit of Florentine. So let's just make sure we're still gluey there. Perfection. We have 3 spots. 3 little spots. This one can just have this right there to cover. I'm still trying to figure out how to get my purple in there. The answer is you can't at this point. You cannot. However, this guy could go right here, and he looks cute there. So let's put him there. Are you guys building masterboards like this now, where it's the fast method instead of the slow method? This piece is just crooked. One piece there. One piece there. I kind of want to go back with that, but there's so much Florentine there that we're going to have to use something more open. It's almost the right size. It's just been a minute, so I re-glued. And I'm going to leave that little pink line right there. Okay, we're covered. We're completely covered. The paper is super moist. It's very humid here today. I'm going to clean up all of these, see how we have enough to make like, 5 more, which is awesome because I'll sit and do it at some point. So let's kind of pile that back up. Put that up there. We can also use that to decorate pockets or whatever with. Normal person would wait until, you have to rub the glue off the back. I still find working on that is easier and faster than using a glue book. So you just kind of rub off the extra. This is like the back of my tags or pockets or whatever anyway. So some of it won't show, but most of it, a tag or something you'll write on the back, which is why I did the coffee dyed cardstock backing. Okay, then we cut. Now these offcuts, if you wait till your masterboard is dry, you'll have a better experience cutting these. But I don't throw these little pieces away. I just put them back in the scrap bin, and they can go on a different masterboard. But see, we didn't have to cut each little piece like to specific little section size. We didn't have to, use a glue book and glue each little piece. Just think it's easier. If you want your edges torn instead of cut, then tear your paper. In the beginning where I cut it off, just tear it all. And so I just trim around the edge and make sure that there's no overhang. Everything is flush without coming over. That's that. Okay. So we saved this one and this one. And this one and this one and this one, and we let these go. All right, these can go back in the bin. This is what we ended up with. It does need to flatten a minute. The heat from my hand kind of helps. And it also shows me where we need to add a little glue. All right. A little bit of glue, if my glue decides to work today. So rubbing it with my hand, just kind of seeing. I think we're good. We might find more when we cut, but you find them whether you do this method or a different method. It doesn't really matter. Okie dokie. Let's put you back in there. Do you guys want to cut it now or you want to let it dry? I'll do what you guys want. This is going to make beautiful tags or pockets or both or whatever. There's a little bit of sticky glue there. It needs to dry. It's that last little section. Let it dry? Cool. We'll let it dry. Super, super easy though. Let's put it up there. So the other thing I was going to do for these journals is I wanted to put, these are original French antique documents. I want to put one of these in each one of the journals. So I don't want to do a whole lot to them because they are original documents and they're beautiful. So I kind of want to leave them in their original state with just minimal embellishing to kind of make them look pretty. So I was thinking we would just tri-fold them to fit them into a pocket and then do a little decorating. These journals are a 9x6 journal, so these will fit in there. I'm trying to figure out if I want to add a pocket. I don't think so. I think we have so much bulk in this journal already, or in these journals already, that we really we don't need to add a bunch of bulk, but I do want to add some pretty original antique ephemera. I know they are Italian ladies' journals, and you know, I'm putting French stuff in there, but it doesn't really matter. It's all about the antique goodness of, you know, the document. So it doesn't really matter where it came from. So I'm just going to tri-fold each one of them. And I kind of left it where the stamp is in the front. So we'll put one of them in each journal, but I do want to add a little embellishment to them. And that's where the German scrap comes in. The German scrap, we will have a night of German scrap soon. I don't know if I can fit it in this week, but we will have a night of it soon. And so we just have little pieces. So I will sell you guys, I will share the German scrap with you. I will sell you the old German scrap and the new German scrap. German scrap is still being made to this day in Germany. And I import it over from Germany. And so they just come with little connectors that you trim off. And so we will do a little something to this and put this, that one actually might be too big, but we'll put it on something. And then we have just some little flowers on that one. That is really cute. It's a little basket. See, so it says printed in Germany. It's a little girl sitting in like a rose basket. It's so darling. I'm looking for a specific size though. So let's go with things from this one. Ooh, very, very pretty. Let's use these little baskets. So this one was just a little too big. We'll save it and use it on something else. But this sheet had baskets of flowers. So let's use those. There's this one. And there's this one. So let's use these. In this journal, I can get away with a bolder color palette than what I can in a lot of other journals. So I am trying to use things that are a little more bold in color. So I gave us lots of options there. So we'll keep those over there. I know I want this one, so we'll trim off these little edges. So this is the good thing about the German scrap sheets that I sell you guys. This is the way it comes from the factory. And you just trim off the little connector pieces. So there really is no fussy cutting involved to have a beautiful fussy cut basket of flowers or roses or whatever. So that's those. I don't know if I want the purple. I think we'll go with this one. They're just beautiful little embellishments. And so I'm keeping the, you know, the antique document basically how it came, but just putting a little something pretty on there to kind of give it a little color. And so that one can go on there. You could put a pocket inside these. Like my journals are so full, I don't want to add the bulk, but you certainly could put a pocket inside of these and tuck something in there. Thank you guys for helping out in chat. It's hard for me to look and read chat and craft at the same time. Most of the time when people are doing like craft videos, they don't have live chat going. And crafting with live chat is an entire different experience. So where do we want to put this? I kind of wanted to keep it up near the top, but I'm not going to cover that up. So I think I'm just going to kind of like put it here. I think we're just going to put it there. Yeah, it's right on the writing, but I'm not going to care about it. Maybe we could get it. No, I want it there. Okay, it's there. I love the little German scrap. They're so beautiful. And these ones you can craft away with. It's not like the super antique ones where you're going to feel guilty for crafting with them. With the originals, you know, Like I will use some originals, but I do tend to use them more sparingly because they're the original ones from, you know, the Victorian times, 1800s, 1880, whatever they're from. And I just use them a little more sparingly than these ones. So I'm crafting a mile away from my face. There's those, and they're just going to tuck into little pockets. We're just going to tuck them into little pockets, and then they will open up. So that's that. This little guy, he needs stuck down more. Beautiful. Kind of little, you know, antique document surprise in your journals. So that's those. We'll put them in the journals later. Put them over there for now. What else do we have in this pile that's waiting to be done? Let's do some tags. I had forgotten that I had these papers when I made the Italian Ladies kits. So let's do some tags with this as backing. This is a very, very old book from the 1600s. Ooh, that's a beautiful page. Let's do, I really like this one. Really like that one. Let's do, I'm going to do these three. I'm going to save this one where I can put it in as a page. It's just too beautiful to use the other way. So let's make some tags out of these. Tags are really big journal cards. I don't know what I need exactly at this moment. That's the other reason why I need to go through and glue everything in, because it'll tell me like, oh, you need a big journal card, or oh, you need a small tag or whatever. But let's glue this to some cardstock so that we can make them into tags. Am I gluing it to cardstock, or am I gluing it to copy dyed paper, or should I glue them to straw paper? I don't want super like thick things, but is this going to be sturdy enough on its own? I think we'd have to glue another piece of paper in between to like thicken it. But I do like the straw paper on the back, so let's play with that. But let's find something to put in the middle. In the middle, I just want like offcut, or do I have anything to put in the middle? Like a misprinted paper even would work. Well, I used to have a bunch of papers in here that were like misprinted. Let me grab one of those from the printer tray because I just printed a whole bunch. Let's see. Let's see what we have. Okay. See, these ones could be used. Whatever. I don't want to see through the other side, though. Hold on. These will work. Okay, so sometimes the printer doesn't behave itself, and you get what you get, right? So each one of these sheets of paper has where the printer has decided to do whatever the printer wanted to do that day. But they'll be great for putting in between and thickening up our tags without using cardstock. So first thing I'm going to do is glue it to the straw paper. It doesn't really matter, so let's just glue it. So the glue also adds some thickness and strength. When the glue dries, while it dries clear, it does add some thickness. So we'll use the glue. This is 28-pound premium center paper, so it will also add thickness. Super sticky. And then we're not going to, the paper is cut to a different size, so we're not going to get every inch of it. And we kind of went off the edge over there, which I would have rather not done. But anyway, that's there. We have enough for our 3 tags. And this side, we're going to glue our book page to. Now, am I going to put the whole book page? Or I think I am. I think I'm just going to put the whole book page. Let me think about this. Yeah, let's just do the whole book page. Let's do it. So I know that we don't have straw paper up there at the top. So we'll just kind of go where I think it is. So what's going on out there? Who is crafting along with me today? Whether you're working on Italian Ladies, your Halloween journal, I don't know. What you guys doing out there? Chores, laundry. I love the weekend, but you know, there's always chores that have to get done. It's not like even when I'm not working the whole weekend, like this week I'm working the whole weekend, but even when I'm not working the whole weekend, there's always stuff that has to get done. Costco trips, etc. Okay, so I'm going to try to hang the page off a little bit. So we're only going to get 2 on this one. And I'm going to leave that raggedy bit on the edge because I might actually leave it on the tag. So we got that. Got a little wrinkle here. And then we'll cut them out straight here in a second. I do want to let those dry for a minute. Using the nonstick craft sheet has been wonderful. It's not really craft sheet, it's parchment paper, but it works. It's nonstick, so it works great. So let's set those to the side. We have 2 like large journal cards tags, so I could cut them down to 4. Let me do one more just because it's sitting here and we're doing it. I'm just going to glue one piece to this. What you guys doing out there? Inquiring minds want to know. Or just one nosy person, I don't know. Rhea was cleaning her living room this morning and you need, what did you say? Need to get a neutral Halloween digital. I see. I don't remember the name of that one where it just had all the pattern papers, but I really liked that one. If you watch the video where I used it for the very first time, you will hear me say whoever I got that digital from with the patterned Halloween paper. That is a good one for masterboards for Halloween because it just has a bunch of orange and black patterned paper. And the patterns are kind of like, they'll go with anything. I do have another Florentine paper back here. And so we just need to cover from here over. I go through the glue sticks like crazy. I really do. I think every time I craft, I'm at least using 2-3 glue sticks. It's kind of crazy. It's a lot. All right. So we're just going to put this on and then I will trim off whatever we don't need and save the little bit of Florentine I can save and put it in the scrap bin. Okay, there's those. Let's check on our masterboard now. Our masterboard is right here. Put those over there to dry. Obviously it needs to be flattened. It's like kind of bumpy, but I'm just gonna cut it anyway. We can cut it upside down so we are not tempted to try to align things. Without knowing what I need, let's do this where we have a good, let's do 5 so that I can use some for pockets if I wanted. So I cut the first cut at 5. Then from there, that left us 7 inches. Let's make some nice 3.5 inch tags. Those are kind of wide, but I usually do a 3.5 inch tag. It will leave us with a weird piece here at the end, which I will just leave as a journal card. So this is like 7 inches by 5 inches. So we can cut this into 2, but for now I'm just going to leave it a big one because I might need a big one somewhere. So I'm going to leave that. And then these 2 are tags. So I love this one. It has so much on it. This one, honestly, it needs a little more, and so does this one. But we are going to put focal points on these. So if I put like an Italian lady, you know, a Victorian lady on there, it's great. And again, I'm going to put a focal point on this one. So I'm not going to stress about it now. But if you didn't like what you ended up with, you know how we have this pile of scraps? Just go back and add another piece if you feel like you need it. I would caution you and tell you just to wait until you're decorating your piece and then decide. But this one has so much on it. I love it. It's so pretty. I love the colors that we chose for this one. So those are those 3. And then this one, I cut it to 5 inches so that, let me grab our journal. So that if I needed a pocket, I could use it for pockets. And I think I do need pockets. So let's cut this one. It's 5 inches across. Let's do 3.5 inch pockets. Yeah, let's do some 3.5 inch pockets. So it's 5 by 3.5. And then that will leave us with this piece, which I will make 2 small tags out of. Let's make our tags 2 skinny little tags at 2.5. And that gave us 2 little tags. If you wait until your paper is dry, so if you wait until your paper is all the way dry and you cut it after it's dry, you will not get that little fuzzy edge. It's not really torn or anything. It's just the Tim Holtz cutter not loving to cut this right now. Just a little furry edge, but see how I just wiped it and it went away? See the little furry edge? And then you just kind of rub it. Rub the little furries, and then it's fine. Okay, so we ended up with a skinny little tag. Oh, that's so beautiful. And then we had another skinny little tag. Oh my gosh, the skinny little tags. They're so cute. So cute. Okay, and then we had journal cards, or whatever these are going to be, pockets. So pockets. They're cute. Okay, I loved that masterboard. I'm going to have to make some more. I have the whole pile of scraps, so we'll have to make some more. They do need flattening, but that's those. Shall we work on decorating them? I know with this pastel-y color palette that we used, I can just put German scrap on them. That's easy, and it's right here in front of me. I also have birds and flowers that we could fussy cut and put on there. For instance, these are Rachel's birds, and these little pastel ones would look great on some of these. We have some blue. I don't generally, I want to put ladies or something taller on the tall pieces, but let's do some birds on these pockets maybe. I don't know. Let's see. There's these little pink and green birds. It might be too much pink or too light. It might be too light on there. Let's see about these two. We have this blue one, and I have this guy. Let me see. Some fussy cutting required. You haven't found your hole reinforcers? Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. So I don't clean my own house usually. I used to. However, with the pain that I am in on a daily basis, I can't like bend over and scrub the bathtubs and stuff. It hurts me too much to do it. And then it's not worth it for me to, do that and then have to lose a day or two in bed because my back is killing me. So at this point, I will tell you guys, in all honesty, I do the daily cleanings. Obviously, we have a person come in. It's just my son and I. We have a person come in and clean. I don't know, once a month or so, and she just comes in and does the things that I don't get to every day. Like she'll do the mopping and things like that, and she'll, clean the bathrooms and whatever. But I do the daily cleanings. I can keep up with that. We do all of our own dishes and laundry, obviously. And I do feel kind of spoiled to have someone come in and do the tough things. Like, she comes in and does the cabinets when, a couple times a year, she'll do the cabinets. She'll take the drapes down and, clean the drapes or whatever. The things that don't need done on a daily basis. And so every year, right before we get out the Christmas decorations, I have a cleaner come and do like a deep clean on the house before we put up all the Christmas decorations. I know a lot of people do the deep clean after Christmas because, all the glitter or whatever, the little pine needle thingies fall off everywhere. I don't find that we need it after Christmas, but I do like to have it done just before the season. And plus we have a lot of company, coming around the holidays and stuff. So it feels good to kind of get that done and out of the way. Like I do daily vacuuming and, countertops and sinks and, things like that. But for the major things, I do have to have help with that. And it's just because if I do it, I mean, I'm capable of doing it, but if I do it, I will then have to spend a day in bed or not being productive getting my work done here because I am in too much pain. And you guys know I take medication every day to even do the things I'm currently doing. So it might be like this is a little too blendy with that. I might put the blue one there and this one there. No, I can't. This one has to go here. I am going to cut this one out though to see if I like it. So yeah, I do feel spoiled about that. However, it is more of a medical necessity than me just not wanting to do it. Same thing with yard work. I don't do my own yard work. We don't have grass here. We are in the desert in Arizona. And so we have desert landscape, but there is quite a bit of, tree trimming and things like that. So I do have help with that too. But that was really the two areas of my life where I'm, not really comfortable doing the stuff myself. Everything else I do myself. It's just need a little help with that. But every day we have a dog that sheds a lot of hair. And every day I'm like cleaning that, like Dyson, using the Dyson. And every day I have to empty the bin and it is just stuffed with dog hair. She's a German Shepherd and she sheds a lot. So there's also this little sweet pastel-y bird. I really did like his colors on this one. What do you guys think? Like, is he just too blendy? I love it though. It's like sweet and pastel-y color, and then we'll put like a little label. I'm gonna do it, but what do you guys think? I just like the greenish color on his back with this, and I like the pinky color with all the pinks. I'm gonna do it, but I like him there. And I still like this blue one here. So we're gonna do a bold blue one there. However, I think we're gonna put him over here and put a label right here on this side. And these will be pockets. So let's thumb hole. I almost threw him in the trash. I thought his paper scrap. The vacuum. I have a very, very old Dyson. I have the original Dyson big giant vacuum, not the animal, but the big giant vacuum that was a Dyson. I have that one. It won't break. I can't get a new one because it won't break. It's at least like 16, 17 years old. And that thing still works as good as the first day I bought it. Admittedly, though, I don't pull that one out very often. In this house, only the bedrooms are carpeted, and so I vacuum the bedrooms with it. But I don't know, a lot of the house is tiles. So for the tile, I use the stick vacuum, and it's a Dyson. But again, it's really, really old. The stick vacuum I have is like 12 years old, and it's the one where you have to stick your hand up in the little canister to pull the stuff out. The new Dysons, you push the button and it opens, and it has a thing that pushes the stuff out. So you don't have to stick your hand in there. I don't like sticking my hand in there because A, my hand barely fits in there to get the stuff out. And I have a small hand. And B, you have to touch all the dirt and dust and whatever you just vacuumed. So my Dysons won't break though, so I can't get when they do break, I will get the one where I don't have to stick my hand in there. I think they last forever. I don't know. I've had those ones forever, and they're just lasting forever. He almost fits on here, and I love him with these colors. If I could trim his tail and just like have him have a tail like that, it wouldn't be his normal tail, but I don't think anyone would care. So I might do something like that, or put a little lady or something. But anyway, we have a bird cut out for that. There's that. A bag vacuum. I know the canister is icky. The big Dyson, you can just take to the trash can and push the button and it all does come out. But the little stick one, it's not enough space in there for it just to come out. You have to like put your hand in there. It's gross. And I actually do have a little plastic thing that I will use to get it out sometimes, but you still have to get it on your hands. It's super gross. Plus, sometimes I vacuum out like a bug, like a dead bug, or even a live bug sometimes. And I was like, oh, well, we're not going to empty this canister today. We're going to wait for you to die in there, and then I will empty this canister. 20 years, Kim? I know the dirt is so disgusting because the Dyson sucks. It has a huge amount of suction, and it sucks up things that you like didn't even know were on your floor. Like the dust that's in there is super, super icky. Anyway, moving away from that topic, let's thumb hole punch these and turn these into pockets. Oh my gosh. I do love Dyson though. I think they make awesome vacuums. The best vacuums I've ever owned. And the old house that I had built-in vacuums into the, oops, almost crooked, into the walls. So you just, turn the vacuum on. Basically, you plug the vacuum thing into the wall. Like it vacuums from internally in the wall, and then it puts it in a canister in the garage. And that was awesome. However, it didn't have the suction that the Dyson has. So I don't think houses are being built with the vacuum in the wall anymore, but that house was built in 1997 and it had one. Okay. So I'm not going to ink these. I don't want to ink my stuff in these journals. I inked very sparingly. To me, inking, it leans more towards grungy. I could go around them with antique linen if I had it in here, but I don't have it in here, do I? No, I don't. So we're not going to ink, but we are going to glue these birds down and put some labels down. It was convenient having the vacuum in every single little room because it was in the wall without cords and stuff. That was convenient, but it didn't suck as much. And that was when I was married, I had 4 kids because my husband had 2. And so, you know, we we were doing a lot of vacuuming with 4 kids, and they were young. So, you know, a whole lot of vacuuming was going on. Is he good there? I think he's good there. We'll move him up a little bit. Whole lots of vacuuming. Just making sure all of those little fiddly bits are getting stuck down. Crumply. And I think we're going to put him here so we can put a label in this corner. Cool. I love them. They're very cute. Let's find some cute little labels. This is my basket of labels, and I know that there are some cute little ones in here that are already cut out. Maybe. Not entirely sold on it, but maybe. Too big. Maybe. I don't want to be too fussy, so let's just go with those. Although, I say that, and then although. So there's a whole bunch of Rachel labels cut out in here. I have ephemera holders that are a group project for us that I want to do. We just need time to fit that into the schedule, but we're going to make as a group, we can make ephemera holders. And that's where I want to organize all these tiny little labels. I don't know. There are a bunch more in here. Back here, maybe. I don't know where they all are, but there are a bunch more different kind of labels somewhere in there. Let's use those. But yes, let's make some ephemera holders together as a group. I think that would be fun. So, plus then I can organize all my little bits instead of having them in these baskets. And then I will just put my little ephemera holders, the things we're going to make, in my craft cart next to me. And then they'll all be at hand. I need one for labels, and I need one for like fussy cut flowers and birds and that kind of thing. Butterflies. I don't really have fussy cut butterflies that I like, so you guys know when I don't have something that I like that's like from other people, I just make it. So we'll have some fussy cut butterflies and birds and flowers and other things. Those are the digitals that are coming. If you weren't here last night, I did preview some of the digitals that are coming this week. Ooh, that paper just peeled up. Hello, Gigi. Hello, hello. Been a little while. I mean, I know we talked the other day, but it's been a little while. Okay, there's that. They are pricey, but honestly, to not have to buy another vacuum for 20 years, it's probably okay. All right, so, and plus, they also make those awesome hair dryers. I don't have a Dyson hair dryer. However, I would like one. I bought a buttercup dryer from Dry Bar, and I have had that one for at least 15 years also. So there's our little pockets. Yes, truthfully, there's a little bit of white showing on him, and I'm a little bit unhappy, and so I just kind of want to take one little second and see if I can, yes, just touch up a little bit of that. It's a little dark in some areas, so I got to use it sparingly, but just a little touch up here or there to kind of get rid of that. I should have probably brought in the antique linen and did it. and inked it. But there was just a couple little areas on that guy that was sticking out. This guy's good. I don't need to do him. But we're good now. Okay. Moving on. Pockets. And we only did 2, but we have 3 journals. But we don't know where these need to go. So at least we have them at hand to put where we find a place. I really think they came out beautiful. I want to make some more. Because these can go in any journal. They don't have to just go in these journals. The next journal kit will be here on Tuesday also. Assuming I actually do it, but it's not made yet. All the things are pulled, but it's not made yet. We have these to decorate. I know that I want to put ladies on probably those 3, and I'm not sure what on these. I'm sitting here staring at these little fussy cut Victorian children. Maybe they'll go on there. Let me see what else is in this pile. Because there's 2 little girls right here that maybe could go on those. Color-wise, they're a little... They're not necessarily my favorite color-wise, but there's another little one that's lighter color. This girl is just like a little basket of roses. I might use those. Let's see. I have a whole bunch of thingies over here. Let's see what's here. There's that. These ones are lighter color. Maybe we'll put those on there. And then this one, remember how I have this gigantic journal card? We could do something like that. These are really big, and I have been honestly struggling for a place to use them. So let's try. See what I mean by like snipping them out of the little paper things? I'm going to try that one and this one. We left those there for a reason. Can't pick them up. They're too fiddly. And then I have flowers and flowers and flowers. The flowers, honestly, would look beautiful on those. Should we just do flowers, guys? Because that's what looks the best, even though it has nothing to do with Victorian ladies. Maybe. There's also these. I don't think those ones. Let's look at this big journal card first. Slide over. Okay, so on the big journal card, I know it is hard to imagine with all the little plasticky pieces, but I could just put, and this is a really big journal card. I don't know that it's even, it might be too big. I think we cut it to 5 inches, which is fine, but it would have to go in like one of those corner pockets. Do I have the corner pockets glued in this one? Do I have corner? Yes. It would have to go in here. So like we'd have to take her out. And then this big journal card would have to slide in there. And it does fit. We'll see. I like the colors of all of that together, but we'll see. I'm going to go ahead and do it. The only other option, instead of putting like, because it covers a lot, the only other option instead of putting these on there is to put a single girl on there. And that would allow me, if I needed to trim a little bit. I like the girl the best, but I have been struggling to use the big one. I don't know. Let's put one of those on there. Not the little boy. Sorry, little boy. I hardly ever use the males. I just don't. I always tend to go with the girls. She looks the best on there. I'm just going to put her on. Am I? See, it would depend on the pocket that this is going to go into. Let's just use this one because it has more colors. Yeah, let's use this one. So we'll fussy cut that one for that. These ones I do want Victorian ladies on, so I'm not going to put German scrappy things on those. But for these ones, I really think these roses look the best. So let's cut out a couple of beautiful roses and we'll use those. And so if I put a rose on there, honestly, it's just going to need like one more little embellishment and it will be fine. What rose do we want on that one? Maybe this guy. So if you purchased, and I think Jennifer's the only one who purchased the Fussy cuts for fall that I made, they're very, very similar in style to the German scrap that I'm using right now. Specifically, this one is very, very similar. I will tell you that they are beautiful, and I have loved using them in the Halloween journal. But color-wise, they will go in a lot of different journals. So there was only a couple little, pumpkin images or pages that had pumpkin images on them. And so, obviously those ones you'd want to use for Halloween or fall. But for the rest of the kit, it was just beautiful florals, and they would go beautiful in this. I might actually pull that sheet out and use some because we're doing Italian. I have a piece of paper stuck to me. We're doing Italian ladies, and so those warmer fall colors go perfectly. So we have these two cut. I know that I don't want to cover that up. So how am I going to not cover that up with this flower? You ding that, you're going to have to. Maybe this one has to go on there. I don't know. I don't want to cover up that little flower, though. I like it. So I'm going to cut the ends off this one. But I think I want to use some of those fall ones also from the little digital. Those digitals are coming this week, and I might actually do a sale on Monday. I might do sale Monday, and I might do sale Thursday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and Thursday. So the only day I'm planning on not having a sale for sure right now is Friday, because we're going to do craft with me. But I might sell all 4 days this week. I might sell all 4 days this week. Let me check my messenger quick. Somebody messaging me. Okay. Jane, if you're watching, I'll answer you here just as soon as this ends. But so I might sell all 4 days. Reason being is I want to do digitals all at the same time so that you guys can pick and choose what goes together. You know what I mean? Like, because a lot of them, there's multiple kits that you could use together. So, and I did preview some little pages that I was working on. They're not full kits that I previewed, but I previewed last night some pages that I had worked on in Photoshop earlier that day. So if you just want a little tiny preview, and it's just showing you a couple little Christmas pages that I was working on and maybe 2 other floral-y pages. But so we might have massive amount of selling this week, and it's just, we're going to do lace on Wednesday. We know that. And so I want to get through digitals together so you guys can pick and choose what goes together. Yeah. And so for digitals, when I show them, I'm going to make a list of people who want that specific digital. And then when it is printed, you will be invoiced. So invoicing might be spread out a little more to give you guys more time to pay also, but more time for me to print them all. Because there's over 200 digital kits that will be printed borderless so that you guys can just go ahead and straight away use them. Not really like, I don't want to call it super sale week because super sale is more like discounty, what do you want to say? Like de-stashy kind of discounty inventory thing. More just like a long sale. Just so we can work through the digitals, because we also have the new Italian paper shipment that is sitting here waiting to be sold. That might happen this week. We have a whole new table full of French thingies that need to be sold this week. There's just a whole bunch of backed up items that I want to try to get through. So let's go ahead and glue these down, and then from there we will decorate. Let's put those to the side. This one I might keep up here at an angle and then just put a little label. I know it's weird. I wanted to turn it into a tag. I just really don't want to cover up that little flowery thing. I don't know. I maybe have to pick a different rose. Let me look quickly at my roses. And I also don't want to get you guys too overloaded either. So this one is nearly the same shape, but slightly smaller. But we can talk about it next week when we do it. But, you know, I'm not really concerned with invoicing. I'm more concerned with showing you guys everything at once so that you guys can make educated decisions about what it is that you do want. Because I would hate for you to get one kit this time when the other part of it, you know, something that goes with it will be offered at a later time. This one might work with just a little label right there. I don't know. We have options, but the rest of these are all basically the same shape. Like that one might work. I don't know. I'm just trying not to cover up that little flower. And I know it's stupid and I shouldn't waste time on it. But when your brain, you know, tells you that something looks good a certain way, it's just really hard for me to like deviate from that. I think honestly being that picky is helpful in journal making because then you, I think, make a better quality journal. Just because you're so picky, you just, you know, you won't just make something to make something. You know what I mean? Maybe we put the flower at the bottom and turn it upside down. Let me see who's texting now. Okay. All right, pharmacy. I will be down there shortly. I don't know what's up with my pharmacy, guys, but my pharmacy, I went there to pick up my pills the other day. So I ordered refills. You order refills on the phone. It's like an automated thing. You order your refills on the phone. Then you go down there and it said, like every refill I put in, it said, okay, you know, this prescription will be refilled. And I'm like, okay, cool. Because it was like time for me to get the refills. Then I go down there and they're like, yeah, these, and it was supposed to be ready that day. It said they were all going to be ready that day. I go down there and they're like, yeah, 2 are ready. And I'm like, well, I know there's supposed to be 4. What happened to the other 2? And they're like, oh, yeah, they'll be ready tomorrow. It said it was too early to fill them. You have to come back tomorrow. And I'm like, what? Why are 2 ready today and 2 ready tomorrow? Like, I just don't get it. Like, you know, we're supposed to be driving less. That one kind of fits on there like that. My original one, I still think looks the best, but it kind of covers up. We might just do the original now that I cut them all out. Okay, whatever. We're gluing. Anyway, it was just like, okay, fine. Another wasted trip to the pharmacy. I don't know. I'm going to just glue these with art glitter. Theme days. Usually I try to do it that way. Plus for shipping, you know, I got to keep in mind what ships well together, like what packs well together so that, you know, we don't sell things that end up costing people more money to ship. So that's another reason why doing digitals is good when you do them all together, because they can go in flat rate envelopes, which helps with digital costs if you get quite a bit of them. Because I'm using 28-pound paper, it is fairly heavy. So you know, you get a lot. If you get a lot of digitals, 28-pound paper, you know, a ream of it probably weighs, I don't know, a lot. A lot. So if you get a lot of digitals, the weight adds up. But that's why I use the flat rate sometimes, because if you get over a certain weight, then it is cheaper to use flat rate. And flat rate has envelopes that we can just put digitals in. So I have to keep in mind about shipping too. There's a lot of things that go into decision making of what's being sold when. And, you know, some of it is necessity because it's sitting here and I need the space for something else. Some of it is, you know, what ships well together. And I got to keep in mind, like, also, I don't want to sell you guys something that doesn't work well together either. You know, like, I like to sell things that can be easily put together when you guys are crafting. Like if we do lace, we do all the lace, and then we kind of do seam binding and other fabric bundles that kind of all go together. I don't know. I try. I do sell to Brazil. I ship and sell to Brazil, if that's what you're asking. I'm not sure because I don't have translation up, but I think that has something to do with what you're asking. I'm just adding glue to these. There is little parts that should be poked out that I didn't see until just now. Yeah, right here too. So let's get those out of there. And now I have art glitter all over my fingers. Anyway, the sales will be all week long, basically. If I don't do it on Monday, then just know I decided not to, but I haven't preset my sale videos. I will do Tuesday and Wednesday for sure. Maybe Monday and Thursday. We will see. And I know other things happen on Mondays and Thursdays for some of you guys. You guys will just have to flip back and forth, I guess. I don't know what else to say about that. I do my best to avoid Monday and Thursday out of courtesy and respect to that person. But sometimes it's just necessity. And we'll have to figure it out. You guys know what I'm talking about. Okay. Moving on to putting these into tag shape. This is going tag shape. I might snip the corners because he is big. Snipping the corners helps things go in and out of pockets a little easier. Scarlett, hello. Welcome. All right. So sometimes if you clip the corners, it helps things go in and out of pockets a little easier. And since he is so big, I just wanted to snip those. This one, I'm going to attempt to use this for. Sometimes I like the shape of the tag when it does it. These are small. See how it's not, it didn't clip it to the right angle, and it's still not clipping it to the right angle. It just, for whatever reason, has a hard time getting a good angle. So now I'm going to have to try to match it with scissors. I don't know why. It's just hard for this little thingy to do a good angle. I don't know. We kind of have it fixed. Kind of. No, not really. We're just a little, I think it's because the writing isn't there too, but I'll try to straighten it one more time. It's just getting worse and worse. Yeah, it's just getting worse and worse. So I'm going to stop before we have no tag top left. For this one, I'm just going to snip them. I feel like I do pretty good just hand snipping them. You can always go back and do a re-edit if you need, but this little guy, he doesn't really clip the corners the way that a tag would be done. He just kind of takes that little tiny point off. Okay, so that's that. Let's punch some holes and make these guys into tags. Kind of, sort of. You don't always have to put a hole in things. And I used to have the one that made the little tabs. I didn't like the one that made the little tabs, so I don't use that one anymore. I actually destashed it. But where are my hole reinforcers? Speaking of hole reinforcers, where are mine? I have a bunch of things clipped to mine. I just didn't like, you know, the little punch I'm talking about, where it's a like, you know, when you buy something at the store and it's got that little kind of hole that you can hang on a peg rack or something in it. I don't like those punches. They make a really, really big hole. And to me, it just kind of looks like out of place. So I'm not doing these super dark, but I am kind of giving them a little bit of color. And I might as well, while I'm here, just do a few more, because we'll probably decorate a few more pieces of ephemera, but that's that. Did you guys ever have that punch where it was like the, what is it called? It has a special name, but some kind of little tab punch, and I didn't like it. Hole, I don't know. Tab, hole, I don't know what it was. You guys know what I'm talking about? Got to run to town? Awesome, Christy. You get your chores done. It's important. I don't know. You guys know that other Euro hole punch? I don't know what it's called. And I really do not like using this ink with glue stick. There's those. They're cute. I like them. Nice to have something a little lighter and floral-y in these journals. The ring of the reinforcer just eats up my glue stick too. Okay, so there's that. Done. Done. These can go in here. So there's 3. We need to put some ladies. These need to be flattened big time. Like he is super, super big. He needs to be flattened. And if he wouldn't fit, I do have a tiny little bit of room where I could cut off some sides. So he's really cute. I like him. You can just see the peaks of Italian Florentine paper. And that's these 2. And I'm going to put a little label right going across here. I just don't know which one. Also, both of them actually need a label. Let's do that quick. Then let's play with this on something. Maybe some tags or some journal cards. I don't know. Let me find a couple tiny little labels. And by tiny, I do mean tiny little labels for these. In this bin, there are very, very small, wrong colorway. Very, very small labels. I don't know about those, but they came to me in the basket. So let's see. I would like something with a little thinner border. Like this thin border, but a different shape. I know. But see, if these were organized in a little book, then you could just like scroll through your little book and find it. I think that one's better. The thin border is what I'm looking for. There's a little blue number. I don't really have blue in there anywhere, though. Hang on. Digging for labels. All the little thin border ones. And I don't remember whose digital this is. I think it might be Shabby Dabby Doodah. I'm not sure. I don't know whose digital these little labels are. I do not remember. This was a long, long time ago. I have had these for years. Many years. And I usually don't use them. And that's why they're in this basket, because I need to use them. They've been in my craft room for, I don't know, forever, just sitting there, because I kind of forgot about them. But I took the time to cut them all out, so I kind of wanted to use them. All right, well, I didn't immediately find the exact perfect label. So let's use something that we have here. Not this guy. I mean, he could go, but he's going to cover up my flower. After all that work of keeping that flower, we could put him there. He's probably fine. And then the other option was this little brown 298. The brown 298 is actually nice too. For this one, I know I want this one. Can't pick them up either. Yeah, let's do those. Okay. They need their little corners snipped. When I cut out labels, I don't snip the little corner. I don't know why. I just don't. I think I was cutting these with a guillotine and just went for straight edges. Okay. Little points. Some glue. And we're good. You briefly considered cutting the kimonos off and using the fabric, but no. Oh, wow. Japanese dolls. Oh, wow. You know, we as junk journal makers, we see things in an entirely different way than the rest of the world is. We look at things as what it could be instead of what it is, which is a really good skill, right? We can repurpose things, and the world needs more repurposing. So it's a really good skill to have. I'm happier with the label on there. And honestly, the little children need something, but I don't know what. I might put some number tape or something coming down the side of the German page, but we'll see. Do I want center over here? Okay. So now the doctor says my rash is stress, not other things. I don't know if I believe him, but he says it's stress. He's back to saying it's stress now because it doesn't respond to any other kind of thing. I'm like, guy, come on. We've been all the way around with this. It's stress. It's not stress. It's this. It's not that. I don't know. But it doesn't respond to any kind of treatment, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't bother me too bad. I mean, it's itchy and doesn't bother me too bad. I don't know. I don't feel like I have that much stress. Like there's stress, but I just feel like they say that it's caused by stress when they honestly don't know. So I need to make time to make a dermatologist appointment instead of looking at primary care to like solve it because he obviously cannot. I think we could do some number tape down the side right here, and then I will call that one done. So let me grab that tape. It's right behind me. This tape. This tape is great for adding just that little. So sometimes there's not a place like if you were going to put a label on this, there isn't a place on here where a label will work. Yes, you might cover him up a little bit and put one here, but this tape is really great for coming in from the top. And a lot of times, you know, like this one here, it has that area of book page at the top where it just needs something. This area of book page. It's just a little too undecorated, and so we can take this little number thingy, and in all honesty he needs trimmed a little bit, but you know, we can take that and put that coming down from there, and it just kind of gives your eye something different to look at over there. I don't know, it's good to use. I like it. I am sourcing some for you guys. I know you guys always ask when I use it. I have a plan. It's coming to fruition. It will be here. I hate to use things and then not offer them to you guys. So I have a plan. We are just going to fold that over. So there's that. Those three are done. So far we've made 2 pockets. I don't know where I put my pockets. Where did I put my pockets? I don't know. We made 2 pockets. I put them somewhere right here. There we go. It's really beautiful general ephemera. There's nothing in here that says it has to be used for any other purpose or any specific journal. You could put these in any journal. So far, everything I've made is just, you know, because I don't know if we need it in these journals or not, A, but B, if we need it in there, it goes. If we don't need it in there, it can certainly just go in my ephemera box and be used in a later journal. If you didn't know, and I think I have said this, the next journal that we do as a group is Christmas, and it's Victorian, a French Victorian Christmas. So let's find some ladies for these, and then let's put some wallpaper on some book page pockets and tags and do those. And I can make more masterboards later and decorate some other. We have some bases that are already made over there that can be decorated too. I need to find some Victorian ladies for these. Did I print myself any of those to play with? Because I could preview those for you right now, because I did make the Victorian ladies digital. It is done. You guys have been asking me for it for a long time. I'm sorry. It does take quite a bit of work in Photoshop to do those.
So I did them. They're done, and they will be here this week. Did I print myself any of those to play with, though? I have a giant stack of digitals. And the answer is you did not print yourself any of those to play with. No, you didn't. Okay, well, in that case, let's grab an original magazine and let's get some ladies out of it. So I use the Victorian French fashion magazines. So let's grab it. We have a giant bin. When I am tearing out things for you guys out of magazines, like these ones, I took out because you guys purchased a bunch of these, but this one has a repair. Somebody's repaired it. So I kept this one, and this one had no front cover. So we will take original ladies out of these and put them on here. This table honestly is overloaded, so hopefully it doesn't collapse. You guys hear a giant craft-a-lanch. Pay no mind, everything's good. So for this page, like the repair is right over their faces. And I'm not sure what happened there, but it's there. So we're going to leave that. But I could cut her out and use her on one of these. There's these two here that could be cut out. And if you cut her, you're into their skirt. So you just got to kind of like Sophie's Choice in these magazines if you're going to craft with the original. And these are available if anybody wants them. But these magazines, you got to kind of look at both sides, because if you cut these out, you're cutting into these skirts. So you got to pick which ones you're willing to sacrifice. Sometimes they back to just, you know, like text, like this one. So for her, if we wanted to use her, she has this cute little puppy down here. Super cute. If we wanted to use her, we wouldn't lose anything. Same with these two. They're honestly kind of the right size. They're maybe a little big. Maybe a little big. I don't know. They would fit. She won't fit with her dog, but these two will fit. And then we have this one. This one has all the little clothing bits and a little piece of ledger in there. This one, honestly, if it wasn't torn right here, would make a great digital. You can cut out the little children scenes and put those on journaling cards. This is one that had the color plate. So I just have a color plate. But I couldn't sell this one because it's torn here and it doesn't have a front cover. So I don't think we're going to use this one. Let's go back and use the front lady off of here. She's my first choice. And I don't know, I was trying to like peel this off so I could see what it was, but kind of peels and it kind of doesn't. Because it doesn't really look like it's torn. It just looks like it's, oh, it is torn. I see it now. Okay. It's a good repair. Let's cut this one out. You know, we're going to lose this lady back here, which she would also be cute, but she's cuter. And I would advise you guys to scan yours first. I have scanned a bunch, so I can rough cut her out. But scan yours first so that, you know, you can leave yours whole and not use the original if you want. Of course, you can use the original too. I was just trying to see, can we get her? Let me see if I can get her out. We're not losing anything if I Can't get her out, but let me see if I can get her out to use her. Let's see. So I know she has this tape over her head, but I can pull it off right where I need it, and then we'll fussy cut the rest. Headless lady bodies, exactly, because you can put pumpkins for heads, or you can do like the whole headless horseman kind of a look thing. Yes, perfect. Plus, there's little dress form. So this is really getting like into something, but there's little dress form stamps out there, like ink stamps, either clear or rubber stamps, and they stamp a little dress form. A lot of those little dress forms, they have decorative bases. And so what I'm planning on doing is using the little dress form stamp and stamping it, and then adding the dress on top of the dress form. So you get the base of the dress form showing, but you get one of these Victorian dresses on top of the dress form. So if you have any of those dress form stamps, I don't have any here to show you. I'm sure I have one somewhere in my arsenal of stamps, but that's what I was thinking, is we could put the dresses on the dress forms. So anyway, yeah, I'm excited to show you guys the Victorian Ladies Digital. I'm going to put that one in Etsy. I said I was going to put some of them in Etsy because we have some international people who it does not make sense for them to spend $8 to buy a printed digital kit when shipping a digital kit to the UK, Canada, Japan, any of those places. Minimum shipping for a printed kit is showing up as $18 for me for international people. For regular people, you know, I can ship a kit for like $5, but for international people, it's like $18. So, you know, even if they buy a lot of kits, the shipping is still kind of expensive for them. So I think I'm going to do it as some of them as digitals, and it doesn't impact you guys at all. But just some of them will be listed in Etsy as digitals. There is something else we'll talk about regarding all of that, but for now. So she's pretty good on there as a tag, honestly. And we saved her. Otherwise, she would have been unusable. So that was good. These are the originals, and they're printed on, you know, a thin kind of newspapery paper. They're fine to use originals and whatever, but if you want to color them, I would suggest making a copy with like a laser printer and then coloring your ladies. She has a hand here I have to cut around. I might add a little color shading to these just because they're so black and white. We'll see. But I'm using originals, and so my preference would be to scan them and then color them as they're printed with laser printer. Some of your guys' digitals might be printed with a laser printer this time. I'll let you guys know. We have different substrates they're printed on this time. Some really unique things that I think are going to be fun to play with. Let me look at chat. I kind of feel like I've been off in my own fussy cutting world here. So that's those. Let's see. Love, love, love. Headless bodies. Yes, exactly, Jennifer. A joyous Noel. French Christmas is going to be awesome. You guys are going to love it. It's beautiful. Plus, we have our own digital kit this time. She will love that doll, Kendall. She will. That's super sweet of you to pick that up for your coworker. Yeah, Jennifer. They actually diagnosed me with MS a few years ago, but I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know. Exactly, Kim. It's distress. Yes, everything is distress when they can't figure it out. Oh, wow, Kendall. That's awesome. Looks like you found a good find. Okay. Oh my gosh. Thanks for crafting with me, guys. All right. So I think that because they're on such colorful backgrounds, you can leave them or you could add a little touch of color. Am I going to attempt to color them or am I going to leave them? Let's leave them for now. Let's get them glued on. Let's cut these into tags. Gluing these, you got to be careful. You got to be gentle and careful. This glue was left open, so honestly, it's just, it needs, it needs to get started. It's dry here, but it's also humid here today. Oops. Nope, no rolling of your head. Your head needs to stay up there. So much for being careful. I may have to use our glitter glue. Kendall, so thoughtful of you to think of your coworker. That's awesome. All right, there's that one. I'm going to attempt to put her on sideways like this. I want to leave place for the whole reinforcer up there at the top, but I would like her to be straighter, and I don't want to rip her head off. Anyway, I think she's good there. Okie dokie. And then this lady. And again, if I don't end up using these, I probably will because I do need ephemera, but if I don't end up using these in this journal, then they're decorated for anything, so that's fine. For Christmas, we have ladies like this. Oh, I tore her. I said we have to be careful. All right. See, I'm still using the same piece of parchment paper. Like, honestly, try the parchment paper instead of the glue book. Okay, I got to put back together her little... Her body is torn. And there is no visible line now. I lined it up perfectly. All right. There's those. Let's make them into tags quick. What are we going to use for that? Let's snip. And snip. And adjust. And we're good. And snip. And snip. And we're good. Okay. And then holes and hole reinforcers. And then they all need flattened out and probably some little label or flower or something in addition to these. It's stuck on something. Okay, maybe it just needs cleaned out because I poked a lot of holes for the Halloween journal, so it might just need cleaned out. Okay, for these ones, I'm going to be like, I'm just over the glue stick on my finger at this moment, so I'm just going to kind of add a little art glitter and go like this. I can't do it this far away from my face, but here we go. I just think the glue stick with this ink is super annoying also because it makes the ink run. And same thing back here. You don't need much. I mean, you guys know our glitter holds everything. And yes, I got glue on my desk again. I always get glue on this desk. It's a good thing I want to refinish it. Otherwise, I'd be upset about it. All right. But honestly, what's the point of refinishing it? Because then you will have to be careful. You will have to be careful and not get anything on it. Okay. Bye, Gigi. Thanks so much for joining. Have a great rest of your weekend. So that's those two for now. I think they need a little something. Like she could use maybe that tape coming down from the top right here. They both honestly could use that tape coming down from the top. Let's just do that and then it'll be done. Let's do it. Oh, I just kicked my desk. All right, so we need two numbers. She needs a number and she needs a number. Then we need to do something with some antique ledger. I don't feel like I use the ledger enough. And so I want to make a project out of ledger. I think we could make some pockets because I'm afraid that I need more pockets. That just keeps sticking in my head that I needed pockets. So let's make some pockets out of ledger. And kind of see about decorating them a little differently, maybe. There's that one. And here's this one. Okay, there's those two done. Let's make some ledger page pockets. Yes, you find your hole reinforcer. Either that or they're like $1.50 at Walmart or $3.50 delivered from Amazon. Ask me how I know. Okay. There's those. I don't know where I keep putting our pile of ephemera things that we made, but I did put it somewhere. Every time. Every single time I lose these things. I don't know where. Oh, I put them inside. Okay, well that makes sense. That makes sense. I put them inside. So this is what we made out of one masterboard. Okay. Out of one masterboard, we made that. That's pretty good work for one masterboard. It's beautiful. I do think these ladies need a little color. I will fuss with that off camera. I may have to because, so here's the thing. If you're going to use originals, they're on that newspapery paper. It's fine, but you're going to need to be gentle. If you are worried about it, like I may do this, I may put Tim Holtz Collage Medium over the tops of these tags. And that will allow me to use like his pencils, his like wax crayon things to add a little color. You can use the watercolor pencils, I believe, over top of that. So if I'm super worried because I didn't do laser print for them, I may put Tim Holtz Collage Medium over the top. What does he call it? Does he call it Collage Medium? I don't know. Whatever he calls his stuff, you can work over the top of it. So I might put that on there. But they do need a little color, I think. They're just a little, I don't know. We'll see. But I think for one masterboard, we did some really beautiful things. That was a lot of ephemera. Beautiful ephemera from one masterboard. Then we made these little thingies. We'll tuck those over there. Let's make some ledger page, and we need to play with this. Should we play with this first? My vote is yes, we play with this first, so I don't forget. And then we're going to make some ledger page pockets. I made some bases. Where are they? Right here. So we have all of this that can be decorated too. But this is glued together. This is glued together. This is glued together. Maybe we put it... Maybe we tear some and put it on these little envelopes. And then kind of make these as like they go over the page. Maybe we play with those. Let me set those off to the side. There's 3 of them. And then here's 3 of the German pages. So we have some bases here to play with. The bases go over there. You go over there. These are the things I want. Although, this pattern, is it going to be too much with the German? Maybe. I kind of like this idea. We'll see. So here's what I'm thinking. I have some German book page that I have glued 2 pages together. I've glued 2 book pages. They're rag paper book pages. I just put glue stick in between them and closed them together to thicken them. So now they're like a thin cardstock, but they're fine for pockets or tags. And so I was thinking because this is a very straight tear, but if it wasn't straight torn, let's make some pockets. Let's do it on both. We have it. It's here. I have another little piece of it. Let's do it on both. If I don't use them all in these journals, it's fine. But let's put some on. Let's make these into pockets. Let's put some on the pockets for this. And then let's put some onto these envelopes and make them where you can clip them on the top of the page. Cool? We're all in agreement? Good. By we're all in agreement, basically just myself. We're not going to use this one because when I use these, I just cut them in half for pockets. Am I going to do that or am I going to turn them into tags? If we do pockets, so if we do pockets, the German is going to go like this on the side. If I do tags, this is very, very bulky and thick though. So something to consider in a journal that I'm already saying is super bulky. All right, I have an idea. Give me that one back that I put in here. We're going to do 3 of them. And I don't need to trim them at the moment. Trim her back, and preferably where it doesn't fall on my head. It goes on a shelf that's over there directly above my head. I have not checked it, Rhea. I haven't. Well, thank you, Susan. I love them too. I always feel weird when I say I love my own things that I made because it's kind of like, you know, not really supposed to say that you love your own stuff, but but I do love it. And so I'm just going to attempt. It's kind of cracking where it wants to crack and not where I want it to crack. Yeah, see, I would prefer if it goes like this. So that's fine for that one. We will glue that piece there. That's all right. Let's go ahead and glue it, but let's kind of take care of this weird angle up here. I hate to waste any of it, but maybe I can save the tiny little piece and put it in a cluster. So let's glue that there. I talked about this last night because I used this in the Halloween journal last night, which is why I have this little scrap right here. It has been curled forever. It's very, very old antique wallpaper. It doesn't have it's not pre-pasted. So it wants to curl up on itself a lot. It worked just fine last night, and I'm sure it will work just fine today too, but I do use art glitter and I am generous with it. And then you got to kind of get your finger dirty to get the rest of it. Now putting it on after it's all gluey, you know, we're going to do our best here. I really should have my sheet of paper underneath, but I don't. Oops, I slide. Our glitter doesn't let us slide. It's good enough. There's just a little thin piece here, but also I should have inked around the little edge, but I did not. So I got excited to use it. And so I just kind of hold it down for a minute because it just wants to curl back on itself. But it is really, really thick. It's textured. It has a texture that's kind of like a herringbone pattern, kind of woven into the paper fibers. And it is fragile. Like it will tear just from stress. So you do, like I've used it just fine, but you do got to be aware that if we sell it, it is fragile. It's not like traditional vinyl wallpaper that you're going to find, you know, vintage wallpaper is mostly vinyl backed. So just be aware. I mean, that definitely made that nice and thick. And I was thinking we almost could use it as like a pocket. That's a tuck this way. We'll see. But for now, it's on that one. Let's see if we can put, see, now we just have a weird random piece. It's not really big enough. Not really big enough to go on anything. It's not enough to go on there. So let's save this for something else. I will even save this little bit and put it in a cluster or something. I don't know. Probably throw it in the trash can, but for now. And let's unroll a little more. So this was the outside edge of the wallpaper. So I'm assuming the inner edge is less, you know, less fragile. I don't know. It's just like one of those snap bracelets that your kids had that just snapped on your arm. It's kind of like that. So when you tear it, it's like tearing paper where you need to tear it a certain way to not get this rough edge. Like I didn't get the rough edge on this one, but this one will have a rough edge unless I already, like, you know, take care of that, which I think we should. So let's do this. Let's figure out the orientation that we want it to go, which I think that is good, honestly. So let's kind of size it, and I'll be generous. We'll come back and tear some off. Last night it tore pretty decently. Okay. Definitely a little on the fiddly side. So this is the piece I want to play with. And I think we're just going to leave this edge. It's just an extra detail. So let's do it. Let's leave it. But let's kind of get rid of this piece so I don't have to worry about gluing it. All right, let's glue this one on. I want it on that side. I think so. Do I want to ink it? Let me see. It just has that rough torn little bit, so maybe a little ink will help with it. I don't know. Let's see. I could also tear off some of that white paper that's there, you know. It doesn't have to have this big, thick piece of white paper right here. I can tear that off. That's better. And then same thing with this one right here. Better. And right here. No one else would care about this, but I do, so we did it. Okay, and then we'll ink around the whole outside edge after we've got it on. Those are interesting little textured bits. It's like the wallpaper is the texture of like a 3D embossing folder. So when I bought this wallpaper, it was definitely not cheap. I got this one and another, and another one that's very similar to this one. And it was quite expensive. But it's old and it's lovely. You guys see why I love it. But it also can go for Christmas, which is what I was originally thinking of using it for. Oops. It wants to curl and it's really hard. Now I've got like way too much glue right there. Okay, I'm a gluey mess. Desk's a gluey mess. It's just gluey. Gluey and sticky. So this one goes all the way up the whole page. I'm going to press this one from the back. And then, like I said, we'll ink around the outer edge here in a minute. Okay, there's that. And then this guy, the last one. And then we'll do those little pockets, I think. And we'll still maybe have time for ledger page pockets, I think. It just loves to curl on itself, doesn't it? Well, truthfully, I really like this side better, so I'm going to do this side right here. Although once I tear it, I probably will like it that less. Oh my gosh. It's so curly. Curly, curly, curly. Okay, we need to size it. Oh my goodness sakes. Can you stop, please? It's like using, music rolls. Like, what are those things called? Piano rolls. It's like that on steroids. Because it's so springy, it springs back on you. Okay, so we have that piece. I didn't crease the whole thing. This one is being very ornery. Get over there. It is in timeout. I don't want to see it right now. And we didn't do such a great angle there, but I think that was already torn like that. So let's just fold this. Nope. Not long enough. Right here. It really is unruly. Okay. Now, for your angle, you need to do a little tearing. Art glitter, please do not get a clog while I'm playing with my wallpaper. Let's just kind of make it go a little more angular. Okay, we're good with it. Very quickly, I will attempt to it'd be nice if you glued on your glue paper, you know? So guys, we have a mixed media project coming up that is outside of any journal kit. It doesn't go with anything. It's just a project I want to do with you guys. We have obviously for throughout November, we'll work on November's journal kit. I'm still hoping. I didn't want to cover up that page number, but I'm going to. Throughout November, we'll work on November's journal kit, and then we'll have that mixed media project coming up, and I also want to make the ephemera holder with you guys. So we have projects. We just need to have time in the schedule to get them done. And for the projects, I may start, I don't know, crafting on Saturdays for the extra projects. I don't know. It's hard to fit it all in the schedule. Thank you guys so much for joining me, though, on Saturday. I really appreciate that. I know that there's obviously so many other things you could be doing with your Saturday. So for these, I want to do the same thing. I think there's enough paper left here to do it. But we're going to use much smaller pieces of paper on these. So let me get some. I'm just going to go random. I'm not going to care about size. I'm just going to get some random pieces of paper out of here. He just wants to curl. Susan, as we get closer, yeah, I will kind of tell you guys what I'm going to use and or make it available to you to get the things to use. But as we get closer, yes. All right. I can't even find my, where did I crease it at there? Like I can't even find it. I just thought maybe I could flatten it out a little bit. Okay, so I just want some pieces, just some random torn pieces. Cool. I'll go there. And I want to leave enough for one more. If we don't use these in this journal, then we will use them in the Christmas journals. I'm thinking they're going in this one though, but we'll see. They're just thick. I don't think I did the flip outs. Maybe I did for the other two. I don't remember what I've done and what I haven't done for those Italian ladies journals, to be honest with you. Okay, so then we're going to go up here. And we're going to edit around that. That will be good for that one. He's kind of good with just a slab of it. Okay, got little bits here. That's a little bit. And then we have this one. This guy's just going to get a strip down the side. He's fine. The only thing I don't want is like a straight edge. So I kind of tore that off. All right, we're good. Now, none of them have giant white pieces of paper. This one will probably get cut off. I'll tear it just in case, but let's go ahead and ink them and glue them. I still want to make ledger page pockets. So if you guys want to make ledger page pockets with me, you're going to need a sheet of ledger paper. Let's ink these. I would definitely rather be crafting, but you guys know that I really need to pack all your things. So I'll pack your stuff and invoice you this weekend. So if you don't have an invoice by Tuesday morning, reach out to me. And there are some new people because we had a lot of new people this last week with the sales and the week before. If you are a new person to shopping with me and you do not get an invoice by Tuesday, that means I don't have your information to invoice you. Lots and lots. There was like, I don't know, dozens of new people for this week and last week. So if you haven't sent an email with your information, I can't send you an invoice. So, and some people send an email, but it just, you know, they don't play nice together or whatever. It goes to my spam box. It goes to your spam box. Who knows what the case is? But if you're new and you haven't sent me an email with your information from a live sale, I just need an email from you with your first name, your last name, your ship to address, and your YouTube name, so that I can put 2 and 2 together there. Because I know I have not gotten emails from every single person who was new and who shopped. So I recently changed my little blendy brush tool thing, but then I put it in the wrong ink, and so now it is scorched timber. So I'm gonna have to replace another one because that one got all crummy on me too. Anyway, I think this one's going here. Before I do that, I do want to put book page on these. So we're not quite ready to do this, but let's put something, maybe not book page, but something back there in the background. I have a lot of book page here. I have dictionary here. I have some things to decorate them once we do them. I have this sitting here. I can get all 3 of them covered with this, and then put a little of that. Okay, let's do it. It's sitting here. It doesn't have a purpose. So let's glue it and stick it to these. Yeah, it's a roll. It's a roll of it, and there's 2 different ones. So we can definitely investigate and see. I don't know how many yards are there. I'm sure the person told me when I bought it, but I don't know offhand how many are there. And so I will need to check. But definitely, you know, some will be for sharing for sure. I don't know how big of a roll it is because it's old, but I don't need the whole roll. The other one you guys will like probably more, though. I will say that. The other one is pink. So there's 2. I really, really glued that. And I want to make sure I get the part that has the writing on it. So I'm just kind of gluing the base layer of paper to cover up my envelope. And then we will come back on top and decorate. Okay, so that's one. We need to do another one. It's kind of like mass making at this point. Because we made 3 bases of the book page and we made 3 bases of this. We'll get a little mass making also. Pardon me while I do this down here. It's because I want to line it up and I need to see it. Okay, there's that one. And I didn't cover the little envelope flaps. I just left them as they are. These are coffee dyed coin envelopes. I think you guys got a coin envelope in a recent kit. I know you got a big orange one for Halloween. There might have been a coin envelope. I don't remember, but there may have been a coin envelope in, I think there was, in your Italian ladies' journals. These are just coffee dyed ones of those. I usually coffee dye, either I myself do it or I buy it. Coffee dyed little bits of ephemera, just because I think when you coffee dye it, it makes it look more vintage than brand new. Okay. And then we're gonna, let me get this glue page out of here for a second. We're gonna stick this one on. And this one I don't have to worry about because I have enough space. I just didn't want to go too far over here and then not have enough space to get this one glued on. So I'm just really pressing that on there because it is a thick envelope. Okay. Fingers are so gluey. So gluey. Normally you would wait a little bit before you cut these out, but we're in a hurry, so I'm going to cut them out. Yeah, it's super wet still, so just cut carefully and slowly. I also said yesterday that when I went to Costco, they have these scissors. These are my favorite, like general purpose cheap scissors. I can cut gluey things with them all day long, and they're perfectly fine. So they have these scissors at Costco. They come in a 3-pack. I'm going to get us some pairs of these and bring them and share them because I know not everybody either has a Costco close to them or has a Costco membership. So I will share these scissors. They're just cheap, but really great scissors. They are my favorite all-purpose scissors at this point. They have titanium fused blades. They're very, very sharp. Not too sharp where you're going to cut yourself. It has a blunt tip, but very, very sharp. And I have never wiped them with alcohol at all. In all honesty, all I do is just peel the paper or glue off and they're fine. Nothing really sticks to them. I mean, occasionally a little piece of paper, but it comes right off. So, just making sure we're trimmed here. And then we need to trim that. But I'll share the scissors too. I mean, it's just something small, but you know, some people don't have Costco. So they can try them. It's like one of those things where you find something that works really, really well and you want to share it with your friends. It's like that. Okay. Come here, you stringy bits. We could save that for a scrap. For collage. Giant scrap size pieces. Maybe we can get giant tag size pieces. Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. We have to be considerate. We have to always consider the cost of things. And like I said, the wallpaper is expensive. And plus it has to be enough for 50 of them. But we have to be mindful of the cost of supplies because it does add up ridiculously fast. So let's glue these on. Let's glue these on, and then what? What would we decorate these with? I mean, I was thinking like big botanical flowers, but let's glue them on and we'll figure that part out. I'm still using the same piece of paper, and nothing sticks to it. I'm telling you. I hated the glue book page situation. It was annoying to me every day. Honestly, it was. So it doesn't really matter which piece goes where. These are just random like scraps that you would, you know, collage with. I'm generous with the glue because like I said, it wants to curl and it's super thick. Ah, I wasn't done gluing you yet. Okay. Get down there. So these will also be able to hold something. So we'll need to decide if we're going to finish them today. We're going to need to decide what goes in them. but that's that one for now. Let's glue this little piece. I think this was one of our pieces. I may have just picked up a scrap. It doesn't really matter at this point. Just something different to play with, and texture wise, I think whoever gets these pieces will enjoy the texture also. It's just something that you'll pick up in your hand and feel and kind of probably wonder what it is, in all honesty. Where is my other piece? I had three. Oh, here it is. I'm like, I had three long pieces. Where did it go? Losing things. Okie dokie. I know. I get it. I mean, I think I paid like $260. So I'm just saying it was not cheap. Antique wallpaper like this is not cheap. That's why I'm just like hesitant, you know. But I loved it. And I have a purpose for it. So it needed to come home with me. This is like a little straight right here. And I don't know what my plan was with that. But before it gets stuck down, let's kind of alleviate some of that straightness up there. All right. They're covered with paper. I think that is a ruby and pearl. Ooh, I just rubbed off that paper right there. Yep, that's what happens. That will need to be corrected. I can't correct it with this anymore, can I? Maybe I can. Well, we'll just leave that there then. It just wants to peel off. We're still going to need to cover that with something. However, my fingers are too gluey and sticky. It's a ruby and pearl background, this paper here. It's kind of like scripty texture with some little, I don't know, swirls in it. I just thought it was a good background. So let's decorate the front of these quickly. I know that I want to go botanical with them. They just feel botanical to me. Just making sure I did them all the right way. Nothing's worse than thinking you're decorating it one way and then finding out that the top flap of your envelope is at the bottom. So let's move to decorating these. I think I saw botanical pages here. I don't know why they're in here, but they are in here. So let's look at those. And I know I also pulled some this morning. These are some scrap ones that we've already used. But I did pull some somewhere. Okay, well, I did pull some, but I don't know where they are. I pulled some full pages. Okay, well, I don't know where those ones went, but we have some, so we'll play with these. So like this big purple flower would be perfect. This big red flower would be perfect. And I'm not going to be too fussy and take forever. In fact, I may try to fussy tear them. Let's just kind of see. I got to cut this one out first, though, because it's too close. So sometimes I buy things that are very expensive, but it's because I have a purpose for it. And the purpose is more than just me crafting with it, but we can talk about that. I don't know. Sometimes I'm like you guys. You see something that you like and you just need to have it. You know what? It might be a little extravagant, but if it makes you happy, like we talked about last night, if it makes you happy, then go for it. Right? So those are those roughly cut out. I will probably go in and just fussy cut the rest of them, but I think they will be beautiful on here. He's going to need to go on that one. And this one's going to go on that one. Let's fussy cut them with the actual fussy cutting scissors. Italian paper. Yeah, I know. It is beautiful, and we did need to have it, and we needed to have it here in the US so that we can all play with it, because shipping it from in Italy is super expensive. Italy, for whatever reason, is one of those countries where shipping is a lot of money to get things from Italy here. I don't know why. Certain countries, you know, like a country right close to it won't be that much, but some countries just are. I don't know if it's like our country charging us a fee for it coming from that country specifically, or if it's just like their mail service rates are expensive and then they get added on to our mail service rates. I don't know how it all works, but what I do know is some countries are a lot more money than others. And it would be one thing if you could get like a flat rate box or a larger package or something like that to make it cheaper. But, you know, when you're just buying a small amount for like personal use, it's really spendy to get shipping from other countries. I'm being overly fussy with that one, but whatever. We're cutting it out. This is the Florilegium book from Amazon. I know several of you went and bought this book. It is a great book. It has lots of good material in it to cut out. I'm really being fiddly with it. I might poke those little white bits out. I don't know. I also was toying with leaving the little labels. We'll see. Let's cut this guy out. So guys, what else should we talk about? Does anybody have like, and I'm not by any means an expert, does anybody have a junk journal question? Like, you know, something that you are stuck on, or just a question or something like that? Like, I'm not an expert. I'm not trying to say I'm an expert. I'm just saying, does anybody have any questions out there? Is anybody trying to do a project and they're trying to figure something out or whatever? Like, you know, we could talk about, I love talking about junk journals, obviously. That's what I'm really into. But we can figure things out together too. So anybody out there working on something or ran into some problem? I know we talked about punches last night and like how to kind of fix them once they get stuck. I don't know. Christy went to town, so I don't know if she got her punch unstuck or not, but we talked about that last night. We talked about sharpening them. Anybody else have any kind of thing happen? I know somebody's crocodile got stuck. I don't really know how to fix the crocodiles once they break. I think they're just kind of done. I mean, other than making sure that it's not locked, I don't know what else we do. The glue stick is Oohoo. Sorry, it's a messy one now, but it's this one, and I get it from Amazon. In my opinion, this is the only, for me, I live in Arizona. It's very hot here, and it's very dry. And normally when I'm crafting, I have to have a ceiling fan on. When I use any other type of glue stick, it will dry before I can get it stuck to anything. And I do try to work fast with it, but it's still, it doesn't work for me. This is the only one I found that works for me. And I have tried Scotch, like the Scotch Create Permanent glue stick, and I could not get that one to stick down for me. I used it when I very first started making some masterboards and stuff. And all of those pieces, because I didn't decorate them, I just cut up the masterboard pieces and they were in a bin. But all of those, the paper has peeled up off of them. So I don't think Scotch Create works for me. I know other people in this chat love it and they say that it works really well for them. So if you didn't want to do Oohoo, you could do the Scotch Create. Just make sure it's a permanent glue stick. The Elmer's glue sticks, while they are very, very inexpensive, they will not hold long term in a journal, in my opinion. And since, we're going to all this work to make these beautiful journals, I just think that a permanent glue, like, you don't want to skimp out on the glue. I know they're expensive, but you don't want to skimp out on it because your project, it's meant to last generations or whatever. Like, it's important that it stays stuck down. So if you were gonna, try to be like, saving some money, I think you want to save money in another place, not a glue stick. Like, go ahead and get the expensive glue stick and then save money on something else, In my opinion, I think it's just really important that they stick. They stay stuck, right? Once we go to all this trouble, because I was really mad when I found that bin of masterboard pieces, because all the little pieces, I spent like hours sitting there with my art glitter glue, going in and gluing all the loose little pieces of paper, and even still they may not stay stuck. Yeah, just like this. And stick is STIC with no K. If you search on Amazon for Oohoo glue stick with a K, it still comes up for me. So, and I use the magic blue one. I haven't tried any other one. So this is the only one I have tried. And I think they are like, like $5 a glue stick or something. They're pretty expensive. I don't know if they're 5, but for some reason $4.50 or something sticks in my head for the price that it works out. I buy them on Amazon in a box of 12 of them, and the price on Amazon always changes, but I think they're like $4 something a glue stick, which for a glue stick is really expensive when you can get an Elmer's glue stick for 29 cents. I get it, but Elmer's glue stick I don't think is going to hold long term. If you don't care about it long term, then Elmer's glue stick might work. And I'm not saying, that you want to use that. I'm just saying I see people use them and I'm like, it might hold today, but will it hold next week? I don't know. Anyway, it's just going to a lot of work and then not having it stick down would kill me. Yes, permanent. Exactly. Okay. So we have some flowers. I think some of them may require additional. Ooh, guys, why didn't I see that one first? I don't love this one. I just cut him out because he was there, but I don't love him. Let's put him over here. We'll save him for another project, but look at this one. You guys know I have to use this one. It's crazy. It's like all furry and crazy. I'm going to cut this one quick. I'm sorry. I know watching somebody fussy cut little fiddly things is not anybody's fun way to spend a Saturday morning or afternoon. I'm sorry. I'm just going to cut this weird little thing off. I don't want it there. I do edit my fussy cuts. Like if I don't like a leaf or I don't like a little extra flower thing, I just cut it off. Same with those ladies that I cut out of that magazine. Sometimes their dresses are too wide to fit on my tag, so I just trim their dress off. And I just make it look like it was originally a smaller dress. I'll look at chat here in a second. These are too fiddly for me not to look at what I'm doing. Okay. Etsy for glue. Oh. Well, you have to make sure it's the right size, though, because Oohoo glue stick comes in 2 different sizes. The small size is around $2, and it's the size of a chapstick. So for us junk journalers, a chapstick-sized glue stick is nice for like little detail work, maybe, but it's not gonna work. I think this is a 1.7 ounce glue stick. I will look for you guys here in just a second, but be careful. They do come in 2 different sizes. And I would be shocked if someone is selling the big size Oohoo for $2.66. Let's check it out. So this one says, where does it say it? think these are 1.7 ounces. I'm sure it says it's somewhere. Oh my gosh, 1.4. So make sure that yours is 1.41 ounce. And that's the wide, big glue stick. If you get the small one, it's the size of a chapstick, and it would be good for detail work probably, but I always get the big ones. Like I said, I already go through enough of them. So this guy isn't going to work with his label. Nice try, but he doesn't work. Let's glue these down. No, it's not the big one. The 0.74 ounce is the small one. The big one is 1.41. The 0.74 is the small one. It's literally half of this. And it doesn't matter to me what you get, but I'm just saying. That big one is what I'm using. Okay, let's glue these down. I'm going to use art glitter because they're too fiddly for anything else. Very, very fiddly now that they're all cut out. Just if you get it on Amazon, you might put it in your cart and wait to purchase it for a little bit. Prices on Amazon change every single day for some items. So sometimes I'll put it in my cart and I'll just forget to check out or whatever. And then I go back and sometimes it's cheaper, sometimes it's more money. I didn't really position this before I glued it, so now it just is what it is. But so sometimes it'll go up or down, and usually they'll tell you when the price changes on stuff on Amazon. But sometimes it'll go down a couple bucks. Sometimes it goes up a couple bucks. So you might just try putting it in your cart and waiting to check out until, you know, the price is good for it. There's that. I am seeing that the green leaves are kind of clashing with the wallpaper, but I'm not going to care about it. I'm just not. Well, I guess that's all in the eye of the beholder. It's definitely not the big glue stick, but that's all in the eye of the beholder. Okay. Maybe Michael's has coupons though. Some of those craft stores you can still like use a coupon. I think Michael's is one of them. So maybe you could use a coupon. Is that true? You guys that shop at Michael's, do you know that? So I don't really shop at Michael's that much. There's not really, I mean, they have them here, but there's not really one close to me. I still have not gone to the new Hobby Lobby. I'm so like, I was so happy and I wanted them to build one out here by me so much. And then they did, and I still have not had time to go over there and look in there. I will when there's something I need, I guess, but yeah, I haven't tried it yet. A new Hobby Lobby that I haven't been to. How have I waited months to go over there and check it out? I should at Christmas time for sure. I need some new Christmas ornaments. Just over the years, a lot of my glass ones have gotten broken, and I have a specifically like, I don't know, like a very old world themed Christmas tree. And I need those really fancy glass ornaments, and they're really hard to find. And I don't understand why, because 20 years ago, you could find them everywhere, but now they're really hard to find. I don't know if it just got like expensive to make the fancy glass ones or what happened, but you can really see the outline of this paper, which I'm just going to be okay with. But yeah, I'm having a hard time finding the right kind of glass ornaments from a Christmas tree. Like, you know, Santa's or something like that. I just can't find them. All right, so there's those for now. We need some labels down at the bottom. They all need inked around. I still need to trim off the extra wallpaper bits. We are at our 3-hour mark. So let me finish these up. And then I want to make the ledger page pockets before we call today done. So we'll finish these. I won't make whatever goes inside of here. It'll obviously be a tag, or I'll just fold up some old ephemera and put it in there. But let's finish these at least and do our ledger page pockets. Ledger page pockets won't take us forever. I hope don't have to fussy cut anything else. It just take time. That's those. These are really, really cute. However, everything is like super bumpy. So we need some nice old looking labels for these. I do have some in this little bin. Some good size antique looking labels. So there is one that looks like this. It's kind of blue though. I don't know if we want that one. There's a like little yellow one. Let's see. That's kind of the same. These ones are already cut out, so I just had them in the front of the bin. Let me see what else there is. That's pre-cut. Not much. Okay. So then, if we don't have enough of those or the ones I want, over here to the side, I have the digital printout of all of those labels that I can cut some more out of once I find it. Goodness. Okay, right here. I just licked my finger and it's gluey. Did you guys ever do that on accident? Yuck. Okay, so those are all blue toned. Here's a bunch of old ones. And these ones are from the Paper Cameo. So that's where these ones are from. Some of these might be nice, but I would like the black toned ones of those. This one is good. We'll save that one. We'll save that one. This one, that's good too. Those ones are too colorful. This is the one I was looking for. And that's an option. I printed them a bunch of different sizes. So these are all one kit, I believe, from Paper Cameo. And then you can print them small or large or whatever. So that's those. I need to save this little bird and this little flower because I have a place I put already fussy cut things. I want, maybe we do want these in our Italian ladies journal. I think we do. Let's try it. I won't cut them out fully, but let's snip them out of the page. Let's try. They're just like little Italian book page, like the tops of paragraphs or something. They'll be cute, but they're also a little plain at the same time. Let's see what else there is. Maybe they're just too big. Let's try one of these littler ones. Littler, smaller ones. My goodness. I did sleep like 5 hours last night, though, so that was good. That was the most sleep I got in a little while. I had been averaging like 3 hours, so I think these will work. Maybe we try a big one. I don't know. We went small. Let's go big. I think I want the other ones, but I'm still fussy cutting these. We'll see. I don't know. They might be too big. Or maybe they just need inked. But let's look at those. And then there's this one. See, when we get our ephemera holder, we'll have all of our labels organized into one place. And then you can just flip through, you know, your pages of your ephemera holder and see what you have, and it will already be cut out. It will be a good thing when it's done. And then everything else here is like too small for that page. Let's see these guys here. Pardon me while I audition labels. He's not cut out all the way. I think he looks great there. So maybe we use one of these here. What do you guys think? I like these labels because they're very old world looking and they go with the rest of the things that I like to use. I have been kind of overusing them lately. I think these ones are better than these ones. They go with the Italian theme a lot, but I don't know about them. I won't cut any more though. Uh-oh. I know, the refill thing. And then you have to go back like every day. And it's like, why can't they just give you? So here's my thing. Like if it was one day too early to fill it, and I am currently there because you told me on the phone it was going to be refilled and it would be ready tomorrow. If it's one day too early, then just take one pill out and give it to me. And then I have like, then it's on the same schedule there every time. Like if they just would take the one pill out that day and give it to you, every other month going forward, you would be on the right schedule to get all of your pills at the same time. Like, why don't they have a thing that like manages it where it gets them all to the same day? Because it's so annoying to go like between my son and myself. We are literally at the pharmacy to get prescriptions no less than like 15 times a month because they're all staggered. And it's just like, really? Like, that's the best we can do? Really? I really think because he's a bold flower, that bold label goes there. And I really like that one there. I like it everywhere, though. Let's do that. I'll quit fussing with it. These guys go in the label bin. My fingers are just disgustingly covered with glue. I apologize for showing you that, but it's disgusting. This is what happens. It's so gross. It's just like, ugh. Normally I would have gone and washed my hands, but you know, we're trying to finish these. And I'm going to kind of heavily ink the edge of them. Better. Inking helping. Inking definitely helping. I think this one just needed a border for my eye to like it. And so inking myself a border is working. So I have 50 minutes more of playtime before I have to start working. Nanny laws. All right, let's glue these. We can use glue stick for them. And I just left my glue stick open the whole entire time, rather than putting the cap on and taking the cap off a million times. I'm going to stick it here, I think. Yes, here. So I'm covering up the bottom of the stem and putting it over the wallpaper. And because it's going over that wallpaper, you do want to have a lot of glue. Okay, it's pretty. I like it. We did good. It was a good thing to put the wallpaper on those little pockets. And we'll put something cute in there, but I don't know what. Oh, we made those pages. You know, that would go really great in there, actually. You know, we glued those really old 1600s book pages down to the straw paper. Let's make tags. Like, I don't know about right this second, but let's make some tags out of those for these little pockets. My fingers are so disgusting. So gross. It's actually interfering with crafting at the moment because it's putting ink where I don't want ink and smearing glue where I don't want to smear glue. I really do need to wash my hands. Okay, so I think we can call these done, other than, see all that little bit of white around my flowers? It's kind of driving me crazy. So I'm going to take a little bit of the whiteness away. Yes, I could have been taking an hour and fussy cutting these, but I didn't. So we're just going to kind of cover some of that. See how it's already blending away? This marker is awesome. I'm sure there are other markers that will probably do the same thing, but this one, it's just like the perfect color to blend this white away. So I've blended my white much, much better. And you can build it. You can go over it more times. If you forgot to ink something, you can go around it and ink something with it. I can see through the camera. There's a little white there, and a little white here. Let's do this guy. See how long it takes to make ephemera, though? I think people who buy junk journals, some of them know, and that's why they're willing to pay the prices for junk journals. But a lot of people don't get why junk journals are so expensive. And it's because every little piece of ephemera, the person has thought, not only me, but other people have thought about, oh, well, you know, you got to do all this extra little step to make it look perfect. And so I'm just saying, when you buy journals, consider how much time, whether you buy them from me or anyone, how much time that person has spent making all those little things, all those little tags, not only the journal itself, but all the other things that go into the journal. And this one, I went off the edge a little bit in one location. So now we're going off the edge everywhere. Kind of like it's got a little halo blended around it. Perfect. There's that guy. And this guy here. He just has a tiny bit. It's actually hard for me to see. Oops. It is a forgiving marker. If it was any darker, it would not be forgiving. But this one is forgiving. It's like you coffee dyed things after the fact, or tea dyed things after the fact. It's perfect. And same thing with this one. Went off in certain locations and it just gives it a perfect little halo. I love it. Perfect. Okay, we're good. What has bats? You ordered the marker? Cool. It's this one. It's Tombow. I got it on Amazon for $3.40. 942. I don't know what color it actually is called, but it's 942. Okay, these are done, except for the tag thingy inside. But remember these. Yes, I will get to ledger page pockets, hopefully. But remember these, wouldn't they make awesome tags to go inside of these? Because it's all like this kind of a theme thing, right? So let's attempt very, very quickly to do something with these, just because we did start them. Even if I don't get to ledger page pockets, I guess we'll have to survive on camera. I'll have to do them afterward, but I don't have more time today. Today I only gave myself until noon to play because I feel like I'm already playing on borrowed time because I need to invoice and pack and ship people. So I won't play any more than just our craft with me time today. I'm not going to sit in here and craft when I've got work to do for people, you know. All right, so then this is where the book page is naturally torn from the book, and I'm just going to follow, for now, that rough little edge that's like natural. We'll see if I leave that or not, but we'll see. I like it. It's just that natural rough little torn edge. Okay, so there's two. Here's the third. I didn't realize when I bought straw paper that it was so thin. I don't really enjoy how thin it is. I do wish there was a thicker option. It's great for backing things, but honestly, when I made pages with it, they're really, really thin paper. So that can be trash, I guess, or we'll save it in case I need to use it for something else. But so we backed this 1600s page with straw paper. And then we're going to turn these, I believe, into tags. Although they would make awesome journal cards also. I need to dump this in my trash. Yes, please post in the group. I'm so bad about doing it, but I will post what we made last night and what we made today into the group. Probably when I take my lunch, which I don't know when that will be, but I'll post it so you guys can see, you know, the close-up pictures kind of give you a better idea. Through the camera, it looks one way, but close-up pictures, it does look a different way. So if we're going to make a tag to go in here, we're going to lose quite a bit of our page unless we turn it sideways. If we turn it sideways, we'll have a short tag that might fall down too far into the envelope. I think we're going to have to sacrifice some page. I mean, we can try to get down the center, but I think we're going to have to sacrifice some to make some tags. I got a bubble right there. I'll probably be putting a decoration there anyway, so I'm not going to stress about it, but I just hate to sacrifice this book page. It's very, very, very old and very hard to find. So do I sacrifice it or do I not? Let's just make some nice big tags. Let's sacrifice it. So for tags, we need a tag that is. Yay, Christy! That's awesome. Did you bang it? What did you do? We need a tag that is about 3 inches. We can leave some nice space in there. We need a 3-inch tag that is about 5.5-ish. Because if we make it 6, it'll stick out, right? No, we can do 6. We can do 6. So 3x6 tag. Okay. A 3x6 tag. We need this chopper. 3x6. So the first thing I want to do is trim it so I just have the scripty bit. No blank edge. And then if we go here, we're going to go 3 inches is there. We're going to do it. We're going to sacrifice it. We did. We sacrificed it. And then 6 inches is here. So we have some fun little bits for tag charms. If you guys have never seen tag charms be made, we can make those at some point. I don't know when, but we can make them. Okay, so then I'm going to do the same thing and chop off that side and then go 3 inches. I might try to cheat and do like a little wider on this one. And then 6. And trim that off. And do 3 and 1/8 maybe. And 6. Okay, we have our tags. And we have some very fun bits. Very fun bits for tag charms or super skinny things or belly bands or something. I mean, they would make kind of interesting little belly bands on something. I don't know. I'll put them in the bin. We'll save them. No, Christy, saving that punch is an awesome thing. Yay. Cool. Well, we decorated with flowers on the front. What do we want to put? I mean, it needs to be tall, right? What do we want to put on here? Just more flowers? When you put these in a book, because they're coin envelopes, sorry for reaching in front of the camera. When you put these in a book, like say it was going on a page like this, it's going to go over the top of the page. So it's going to hang like this on this side. The person could write there on that side if they wanted the underside, but it's just going to hang like that. And there's going to be a tag inside of it. I don't know. You're not going to see the tag. My idea was to just kind of like paper clip it right there. And then there would be a tag that goes inside of it. But honestly, I don't want to use such a pretty tag in something that you are really not going to be able to see. So like just a little coin envelope. But it's just going to hang there. And if I put that beautiful tag in there, well, it would be a great surprise to find such a beautiful tag in there. I don't know about it. What if we took the tag See, now I'm wishing I didn't cut it down because had I not cut it down, I would have just glued it to right here and left a big flip up journal card. But we cut them already. We do have these, which I could glue to right there. So they could get cut down and trimmed nicely. And they could get glued right there. And then it would be, you know, we would decorate it obviously, but then it would flip up. It would be glued here and it would flip up and you could put writing space, you know, coffee dyed paper or whatever there. So that would flip up on that page. And then this would flip up on this page and it would have, you know, coffee dyed paper or ephemera or a book page or something tucked inside of there. What do you guys think? What should we do with it? I really wish that I would not have cut these down because that would have been perfect. They're just a little small to do it with now. You see how like the envelope flap is a little wider than they are. Oh my gosh. Kendall, so sorry. Oh, sorry, Kendall. That's terrible. Well, I don't know what we want to do there. Maybe we'll just leave it. Maybe we will just clip these in and they will have nothing in them. I have no idea. But I don't want to hide my pretty tags in them. Well, it would be a nice surprise to pull it out of there. I just don't want to do it. I want to leave these somewhere where we're visible. So something for me to think about, I guess. Because you'd unclip it and you'd pull this tag out of here. But it's too pretty. It's too pretty to hide in there. So I'm not going to do it. Yeah, you should have thought through your whole project first, but no. That's not the way I'm rolling today. So our only other option is to trim this and put this, but I'm not sure. I don't like that idea. So I think I'm just going to clip them in. I'm going to call them done and I'm going to clip them in. So scratch that whole tag thing. We'll still make them, but scratch it for now. My mind says it can't do it. Sorry. We will decorate these. I do want to put the botanical flowers on them, which is the other problem. I know that I do with this paper want to put the tall, like, you know, the tall greeny botanical things on them. This paper just, it lends itself to these. So while I'm not going to do it right here, I'm just showing you that's what I'm doing. Is I'm going to cut out the tall botanicals and I'm going to put them on, and I'll probably put very similar, basically this here without this wallpaper. That's what I'm going to do for those. I'm just telling you. We don't need to do it. I'm just going to decorate them that way. I don't want to hide them though, and they will go in these journals, and so will those pockets I just made. For certain, those need to go because they go with the theme. Let's try to do something with these, and then we'll wrap. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Jennifer. Uh-oh. We got 30 minutes left. Let's see what we can do with these in 30 minutes. Some inking needs to occur, or I need to trim, one or the other. We'll trim. This one, I think, is pretty good, other than the natural paper bits there. This one has a little weird piece stuck to it. Okay, this one, the book page isn't perfectly lined up, so I need to trim that too. Well, yeah, put it in your purse and bring it with you wherever you go so that you can just look at it and be happy. They're so expensive, but you guys do know I have shown you on this channel before, and I don't know where it's at the moment. But on Amazon, you can get like, knockoff whale tail punches. So while the old ones are like $80 or some ridiculous amount of money, you can get knockoff whale tail punches on Amazon, or at least you could as of 6 months ago or so. They were like $20 or $16 or something like that. And they punch out a whale tail, but they punch it out a little differently. It's slightly different than the original whale tail. I bought a couple of them just so I could have them in case my whale tail like just does not work anymore. And I also bought my daughter one because I couldn't find another whale tail for her. So she has one. But I haven't actually used it other than to just try it and see how it works, but it seemed to work fine. So anyone who needs a whale tail punch, not a whale tail. Do you guys remember what people call whale tails? Anyway, if you need a whale tail punch, and you don't want to spend $80 or whatever it costs to get the old one, you can look on Amazon and see if they are still there. But they were, and I bought a couple just so that I would never be without one. There are dies also, but I prefer the punch. This old book page does have kind of like an inked, natural border around it, so it's kind of good. So these look much better inked. What should we decorate these with? I'm going to say flowers, but what should we decorate these with? They're still kind of damp from the glue from the wallpaper. What should we put on them? I'm going to put ladies or flowers or something different. What other tall things can we put on these? I'm out of ink and I'm refusing to open the ink thing and get more ink. All right, I have crumbs from my ink little thingy. Okay. Yes, definitely. All right. I could never live with my ex as a friend. Kudos to you, Kendall. I can never do it. Oh man. So what should we put on here? Should I put these like big, weird, bold flowers on there? What should we put on here? I don't really know what else to put on there. Other than big, weird flowers. Oh my gosh. Have you guys ever been to like a Goodwill and saw something there and you're like, how does somebody part with this? And sometimes when I saw something, it was like, how does somebody part with this? And then I was like, I wonder if the husband was just cleaning the garage and somebody didn't realize that this was in a box. They thought, oh, well, this is just a box of, for instance, they thought, oh, this is a box of like mom's old, blankets or something. And they donate the box of blankets to Goodwill. But wrapped inside of one of the blankets was like a sterling silver tray, for instance. And because it's sterling, the people at Goodwill, this may be a real true life story, but the people at Goodwill don't understand how to read silver markings. So they may not have realized they did not realize that the big, huge tray was sterling silver. And so they put it out and they put $4.99 on it because they thought that it was like a silver plated tray, which it was not. It was sterling silver. And so I just always wonder, like, how you wouldn't donate that really if you knew what it was. While you still might have wanted to give to charity, I think you probably would have, sold that and then donated the money to charity or something if that was your intention. I don't think you would donate a sterling silver tray to Goodwill, but somebody did. So anyway, I just wondered if people really meant to. It kind of like made me happy to find it, but also sad to think that somebody may not have intended on donating it. And then it was like some, family heirloom and it's gone forever and somebody eventually would miss it and be sad. I don't know. It almost felt a little bit like stealing. I know I'm weird and probably no one else would think of things like that, but I did. And I even asked, I'm like, this is $4.99? And they're like, yes. I'm like, okay. I don't know what else to say. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I know that this happens. I have seen just recently somebody bought a book. They were talking about it on Facebook. Just recently somebody bought a book at a thrift store. I don't know if it was Goodwill, but at a thrift store. And inside of the book was a signed photograph from Elvis. And throughout the book pages, there were some other famous people's photos that they had signed. And surely someone had kept, these things for the longest time. And I'm sure, the person probably passed or something. And maybe they never got around to telling their children that, hey, I put all these photos because it was a photo of the person with these famous people. Maybe they never got around to telling their children that, hey, I put all these photos of me and, these stars in this book and, just don't throw away the book or don't give away the book. Like that's where I'm keeping the photos or something. Obviously the family would have wanted to keep those had they known they were in there. But somebody got it and somebody was talking about it on Facebook. They were trying to sell it on Facebook, the photographs and stuff. They were selling them on Facebook. And I was just like, oh, that's just sad. Like, I'm sure maybe they didn't have any family and maybe they intended it all to go to Goodwill, but whatever. Goodwill doesn't look in things. They don't know. They have so much stuff donated to them. I often thought about like volunteering to like help them figure out what they should ask more money for, because I see all the time like people posting and people intend to donate, maybe they intend to donate nice things that are, worth thousands of dollars, but Goodwill, they don't know, like, they're not antique appraisers and they don't necessarily have that knowledge. And I know they have some people that have some knowledge, but it's really hard to see and catch everything that gets donated. And, they have to move through the inventory and price it and put it out there. But I often thought about donating like my time to go there and like help them because the people are donating the things and maybe they know that it's worth $5,000 and they donate it to Goodwill thinking Goodwill will get $5,000 for it. And, that's them being generous, giving $5,000. But what happens more times than not is they donate something worth $5,000 and Goodwill sells it for $10 and that's your donation. So if you have expensive stuff, just don't donate it to Goodwill. Sell it yourself or deal with it some other way and then donate the money to Goodwill if you're trying to do that kind of thing. Was there mad money? Yes. Well, I know. And it does make you feel kind of weird about finding something like that. But if you can't find the people and whatever, you got to do what you got to do with it, All right. So I cut out some flowers. I'm not sure if I love them or hate them, but I cut out some flowers. They're very, very bold flowers with very, very bold wallpaper. I don't know that I love them. Are you guys loving them? Because I'm not sure I'm loving them. There needs to be maybe something else. I don't know, but I cut out these flowers, so now we're going to have to find a way to use them. I do like this one, but maybe I just need this guy over here. Yeah, see, they're kind of like clashing. It's like bold wallpaper with bold flower. It almost works, but it almost doesn't at the same time. So he's going to go back over there, and you're going to go on one of those, and I still need another thingy. Anyway, we have 19 minutes. I don't know if I'm going to get these done. I need to quit fiddling around and chit-chatting. My dad is still looking for money that my mom put somewhere, and nobody can find. Because they were doing that. I don't know why old people do that. I've told them not to do that, but she put money somewhere. And my dad knew where it was at one point, and now he cannot find it. And he doesn't know if somebody took it. Like, because, you know, they had help in there. He doesn't know if somebody took it, if one of the kids took it, one of the grandkids. Nobody knows what happened to it. So it's just driving him crazy from, like, looking for it, basically. And he thought, like, he knew where all of that kind of stuff was put, but apparently not. Also, my mom had a bag where, you know, she was keeping, like, her good jewelry in this velvety bag, and nobody can find that either. So I don't know what happened, but I don't really, like, go over there that often. So I don't know if he found it or what happened with that, but I know he was looking for the stash of cash for a while. And it was, like, frustrating for him, you know, not that he needs it or whatever. It was more frustrating that he didn't know if somebody took it or if it was there, and he would accidentally throw it away or something when he was throwing my mom's stuff away, you know. He can't keep, obviously, everything of my mom's. You know, my mom had a lot of stuff. So one of the first things we did was clean out the closet, and we threw a lot of it away. Some of it we donated, but we threw a lot of it away. It was just like, you know, they're from a different generation, and she kept clothes for forever. And it was like, Mom, why do, because you're not going to wear it. She wasn't wearing them, but they were just in the closet for forever. And I'm like, why are these in here? Like, what? Why would you keep clothes that were this old? And, like, you know, you wouldn't wear it. Like, and I guess my dad was like, well, you know, if she was, because they have, like, acres of land, if she was doing something that she could get dirty or whatever, like, there were rag clothes that she could wear to get dirty. And I'm like, but she kept so many of them, like, just throw them away. I don't know. I know there are clothing recycling places. We do not have them here, but I know that there are clothing recycling places. But anyway, we just threw bags and bags of her clothes away. We donated anything somebody could wear, but other than that. So I think the little fiddly flowers look better. I think the bold one is just, it's driving my eyes crazy. So I think we're going to do those three. Luckily, I still had that one cut out from earlier. I know, Rhea. I know. So I'm kind of the other way. I have a closet full of big clothes that I'm like, well, these, you know, I love these. I'm never going to be that size again. So I really need to throw away the big clothes. I have had to buy all new clothes because I lost so much weight. I have had to buy all new clothes. And for now, I'm just buying Costco clothes for the most part, which I know Costco clothes, they don't fit nice. All of them. Some of them do, but most of them don't. They're kind of boxy or whatever. But I've just been buying Costco clothes because I'm still getting smaller and I don't know what size I will eventually be. So, like, I don't want to spend a lot of money on clothes. I just need something to wear now. And then once I finally settle on a weight, then I can buy other clothes. So most of my clothes right now are Costco clothes. Which is kind of funny because before I would never buy Costco clothes. Not because I didn't like them, just because, like, it just felt weird to buy clothes that you could never, like, try on. You know what I mean? I'm going to attempt to ink these, but honestly, they're too fiddly. I'm going to use my marker. Let's glue these down. Do you guys buy clothes at Costco? They have some nice, like, clothes, like, just basic, like, clothes. Sweats or basic things. But yeah, so I started getting some clothes at Costco to wear. Like right now I have some jeans that I got at Costco. And it was like, you know, they'll work for now. I'll get different things later. I don't know why my mom kept all those clothes. It was crazy. Like they have a big walk-in closet and it was all full of just stuff neither she or he was ever going to wear again. And I'm like, why do you guys keep all this stuff? And he's like, well, I don't know. It still could be worn. And I'm like, but are you gonna wear it? Like, I understand we all have clothes like that in our closet. They had way too much clothes like that in their closet. Way too much. It was comical. It was just different generation kind of a thing. Sweatshirts for sleeping. Oh my gosh. I wish I could sleep in a sweatshirt, but at this point in my life, I sleep very warm. I think you guys know why. I definitely sleep very warm. Okay. Yeah. And in Arizona, that part of your life where everything is on fire, it's not fun in Arizona, I would just say. There's a limit. Like you can turn your air conditioning to 60. It ain't going to go there. If it's 120 degrees outside, no air conditioning is capable of going to, you know, below 73 probably. And so, you know, when you're hot and you go bump your air conditioning down, it's only going to go as far as it can go, which is what I dealt with all summer long. I was like, I need to turn it down. I'm melting. And then my son's like, it is down. It won't get any cooler in here. Because it was just, you know, it was running constantly, but it just wouldn't get any cooler in here because it's so hot outside. They build our houses. Our house is a newer constructed house. And they build the houses here very, very poorly insulated. I think it's because we live where it's warm. So they're like, oh, you know, we don't need to put a lot of insulation because it's not going to freeze. But it's hot here, you know. Oof. It's hot here. Okay, so that's not where I want you. Or is it? I don't know, but you're there now, so I guess you're going. Anyway, I've been fighting with my air conditioner because I'm too cheap to buy the Nest thermostat thing so that I can just like program it on my own or touch it with my phone and turn it down. I need to. It's too hot. Well, I'm trying to clean out my closet, but I do need to get rid of the bigger clothes. Okay, we have flowers. We need some labels, but I do want to do, where is the washi tape? This washi tape. I'm going to do some of this graph paper washi tape on these. Excuse me. Let's do little bits coming from the side. This washi tape, I think, came from Amazon. I'm not positive, but I think it came from Amazon. And it has a backing on it, like a sticker backing. You do need to put glue on it, though, for time's sake. I'm just going to... It doesn't stick very well. It's not very sticky. The little corner. Goodness. Glue everywhere. Okay. We're good there. And then this one can go on this one. I don't know why I have that glue in my hand. I don't know. We have to go clear out the rest of my mom's stuff now that it's cooler. It's just too much stuff. Nobody wants to be left with it when my dad finally decides to move or the worst happens, you know. Let's put this one like this. Okay. And then we need one more. I'll go ahead and just fold this whole strip. Yep. I can't do extreme heat either. It makes me sick. It's not good for people with my health conditions, but it happens to be where I live. So, you know, it is what it is. We talked about moving to a different state, but I think my daughter's boyfriend at this point, hopefully fiance soon, will stay here for work. So I think we're going to be stuck here, I guess. I missed my opportunity to leave. Excuse me. Get some water. Okie dokie. So we did that. I'm going to trim these edges off quick. Then we're going to put something else on those little pieces of washi tape. And then we're going to call those good. I don't know what they are other than tucks yet. They could be large journaling cards if you chose to put some paper on the back. My dog has decided she is done being patient. So she has become vocal. All right, so that's those. Hello, Faith Ann. Sorry, a tickle in my throat. Okay, so we did those. We did these three. If I'm going to use them, sorry, I have a tickle in my throat. If I'm going to use them in the journal, I would use them as a tuck. So I would glue it down on this side here on the page edge across here and down at the bottom. And then you could tuck a tag in like this. So a different kind of a pocket, but still a pocket. Goodness, that tickle. Okay. Otherwise, you would take them, glue coffee dyed paper to the back of them or whatever you're doing, tea dye paper, and then it would be a journal card. It could be either. It might turn into one or the other when I put them in the journal. For now, I'm just going to leave them. However, down here in the washi, in this little area, I generally like to come back and put a little label over it. Not this label because it's too big, but something similar to that look. We try to find a different one with writing on it that is in our color family. I have a lot of blank labels cut, but I have very few, like, you know, you're just going to layer up something there, some little label. I have very few cut that actually have words left on them. There were these really cute ones that had like little nature definitions, like this kind. This was a little too long. But what if, so this is the way it comes. What if we trim it out though? What if we kind of edit that down? And layer it like that. It's just their nature definitions. I don't remember who these are from. It might be Shabby Dabby Doodah. It might be, which one is Tina? I don't remember, but it might be those. It's from a very long time ago. But I really like those little nature definition labels. Like this one says leaf. I don't know. I can't find any more of them. I've probably used all my favorites, and now I'm just left with whatever is in here. There's a couple more brown ones that could be trimmed down. Looking for more because they come in all different colors. They come in green, blue, reddish burgundy color, brown. I don't know. Let me trim a couple more of these little ones down, and we'll see about using those. So these are very botanical. They definitely can go in these Italian ladies journals, but if I didn't end up using them in there, they could go in anything. So while I don't hate the little black one, we could use that one. I think I kind of do like the little black one. Maybe we'll leave the little black one there. This one I love, and I kind of like it there. Maybe I could leave it there, and maybe I'll just use the small one there. Let's put these two away. We only have blue, which there's no blue anywhere in there, but we have blue, or we have one of these. The big one or the little one? The big one. Okay. We're going to go with the big one. Let's glue those on and call those done. Then we will wrap up because we have 3 minutes left. 3 minutes of playtime for me before I go to work. I get to sort. The very first thing I get to do today is sort all of your guys' purchases into little piles. Put everything in your little boxes. And then do your invoices. And while I do your invoice, I pack it and ship it. So that's what I'm doing for the rest of today and tomorrow and Monday if I don't get it done. I'm hoping to get it done for Monday because I have other things I want to do. Okay, there's that. And the pharmacy, yeah, it won't let me forget. It'll keep texting me. It's like, hey, are you going to get your pills today? And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to get my pills today. And an hour later, hey, your pills are here. Yeah, I'm coming. Hey, your pills are here. It like sends me 4 notifications every day that pills sit at the pharmacy. It's like very reminding me. And it's great for me because I'm very forgetful. So that's fine. It works. It works. Okie dokie. So basically the point of the washi tape, while you could have left it just the washi tape there, that would be fine too. The point of the washi tape is to use smaller labels like this and kind of make it look bigger. Since these were really big pages to turn into pockets or tucks or journal cards, that's kind of the point of this first layer, is to kind of visually enhance the labels that you put there. And I like the layering. So there's those. And we're done. And I'm going to flip the camera back around and I will say my goodbyes. Do you guys want to see what we did real quick, or everybody know what we did? I can run through it quick, but that's these finished. These are finished. See the texture on the wallpaper? I'm hoping you guys are picking up the texture. German book page, antique wallpaper, fussy cut florals out of the Florilegium book, some labels from somebody that I don't remember, and some washi tape. And they're cute. They're really, really cute. Then, sorry for reaching, we have these 3 that need decorated. And I will do it. I just don't know when. We have these 3 that are like coin envelopes, so they have flaps. And they hang over the side of a page. So we have those 3. And then this was all made from a masterboard. So we made one masterboard today, and we made all of these beautiful things from one masterboard. I think I'm going to color these ladies or add a little tinting to them. Sorry for the camera being weird. We made these 2 pockets. Beautiful little pockets. And we made these 2 beautiful little tags. That's what we did in 4 hours. Plus this. They're little folded antique documents just to tuck into a pocket. So that's what we did in 4 hours, guys. I'm telling you, making ephemera takes forever. It's why a lot of people make journals and they don't make them decorated. I prefer to decorate my journals to the nines. And yeah, that's what I do. So anyway, we're going to wrap up. Let me get rid of this Instagram notification. Remove. There we go. So that's that. Instagram only streams for a certain amount of time before it shuts off. So when Instagram shuts off, it puts a little pop-up on the screen that kind of covers your guys' chat. So thank you for hanging out with me on Saturday. For me, it was morning. It's noon now. But thanks for hanging out with me for Saturday Craft with Me. We will be back maybe Monday for a live sale. If not Monday, don't stress. Nothing happened. It's just I waited for Tuesday. We will definitely be here Tuesday, Wednesday. We might be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Just pay attention to the YouTube channel. If you're not a subscriber to the YouTube channel was like 7 people away from hitting 2,000 this morning. I obviously will do a giveaway. I have no idea what or when, but I will do a giveaway for hitting 2,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel. If you're not a subscriber, if you want to become a subscriber and click me over to the 2,000 mark, I would appreciate it. That's always a good feeling to know that you hit a milestone. So that's happening. And on the YouTube channel, I will post the links for the sales in advance. I will post the link on Sunday if I'm planning on having a sale on Monday, so you will know. And then if I sell on Monday, I'll obviously talk to you Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and we'll talk about Thursday. If I'm going to do a long sale like that, it will all be invoiced and all shipped together, except of the digitals, which they're going to ship as I get them printed and bundled, but everything else will ship at the same time. Yeah, so that's kind of it. That's what we're doing. I do have some digitals that are pre-printed that are ready to ship, but if we sell through those, then I'm just making lists of people, and then those lists will get printed. Anyway, guys, that's what's happening. Thanks for hanging out with me on Saturday, and thanks for hanging out with me last night too. It was fun. So we did Halloween, and now we've done some frilly girly Italian lady things. So excited to do Christmas though, guys. I'm just dying to do Christmas. I want to finish these up so I can do Christmas. Goodness. I am in the Christmas. It has been rainy and cold here. It is only 70 degrees right now, or maybe 66. It says 66, so it might be 66 degrees outside. And it has been cold and rainy for 2 days, which totally puts me in the Christmas mood because it is always hot. It was 100 degrees last week. So earlier this week, it was 96. So having it cool off has been good. It is also down to the 40s at night. So that's been great. It's making my mind say, okay, it is time for Christmas. So let's do Christmas. I'm ready for Christmas. You guys ready for Christmas? This week, we're going to sell some Christmassy things. So it will be fun. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I will see you guys Monday or Tuesday. Have a great rest of your weekend. I will talk to you guys again soon. If anyone needs anything, reach out to me on Messenger. Yeah, just reach out to me on Messenger. And if you're new and you watch this, either now live or later, and you haven't sent me your information, send me your information. That's kind of it. All right, guys. Thanks so much. It was great to craft with you guys today. Have a great rest of your weekend. Get some crafty time in and enjoy this fall weather. Thanks, guys. Bye.